What up? What up? What up? What up? What up? Let's let's continue on with this game, shall we? I want to finish this game. I know it's gonna take forever. I have all night, and have all night these past days till Christmas. I'm gonna finish this fucking game. I'm gonna finish this game. All right. There we go. Let's load it. With that, Cove's dad disappeared to join the others inside. It was your turn to go home now. Sermon hadn't started off at all how you imagined it would have, though it turned out to set the tone well. Having Kyra in the neighborhood was a new experience for not only you and Cove, but also both of your families, and a dull moment was rarely had. Oh my god. Wait. Oh. Wave. The family shopping trip had lasted most of the morning, and you still had to unload everything from the trunk before you could go enjoy the afternoon. You cradled another bag in your arms as you headed towards your house. It was one of the heavier bags from the grocery store, loaded with fresh apples, ripe tomatoes, a bunch of carrots, and even half a watermelon. Ma came out of the front door and paused just ahead of you.
It's no trouble.
Need any help with that, Jamie? I can bring the rest of it if you want me to. No, I got it. You were doing fine. You could just manage to hold it. Even if it was heavy, you wanted to bring it in yourself. Ma gave you an encouraging grin and rustled her fingers through your black hair. You set the next bag on the counter. Your older sister began to root around inside for contents with a sigh. How much is left? Still a few more bags. With a huff and puff, Elizabeth continued putting away the groceries, and you retreated out of the kitchen before you could become the target of her bad mood.
Be careful.
Careful, Jamie. You haven't been looking where you were going and bumped right into your mom. Almost stepping on her toes to boot. Sorry. I can give you a pass this time, but be sure to watch where you're going. If you run into the wrong person, you might get your license revoked. She grinned at the bad joke as you continued through the door. Would that be considered a dad joke or a mom joke? Outside, Ma had started organizing what remained of the pudding back, any loose objects that had fallen out during the trip. When you stepped up to the trunk beside her, she took in a big breath of air, her dress gently swaying around in the breeze.
It's a shame.
It's a shame we had to spend the morning cooped up at the shopping center. It's a beautiful day, don't you think? You toddled your head into the sky, gazing at the clear blue expanse. Days like today are my favorite. Yeah, it is. You closed your eyes and enjoyed the way the sun warmed your face for a few moments before turning back to help Ma with the groceries. Oh, hi, Cove. Cove! What up, my bro? Tap me up! You know his mom wave over at Cove, who had just exited his front door, his surfboard propped up under one arm. Let me see, surfboard and wetsuit. Where might you be off to on this beautiful day? Cove! Ooh. Cove instantly startled, not having realized your family was also out here. Even though your mom was the one who called out, you was the one he looked at. He tried to settle down again. Cove stayed on his side of the driveway, giving a small wave in greeting. After a moment or two of deliberation, he jogged over to properly say hello to you and your moms. It was decidedly awkward since Cove had trouble figuring out how close to stand to you. The addition to his unwieldy surfboard made the whole thing seem even clumsier. Careful with that thing, you'll put someone's eye out. Mom chuckled and got a whispered reproach from mom for it. Pam, please, go easy on him. Cove winced. He wasn't a big fan of attention under normal circumstances, so in the particular moment, he was probably wishing he could be invisible. Don't mind her, honey. How are you doing today? I'm alright. Just gonna surf. Hi, Cove. Hi, Cove. He had relaxed when Mom spoke to him, but the rigidity all came back as soon as you said something. I'm sorry. Hey, Jamie. He met your eyes and it almost felt like you had butterflies in your stomach. If you want to go to the beach, we could hang out there later. You noticed a flush of red on his cheeks, but that might have just been from the heat. Sure, I'll meet you out when I'm done. Cool. That must have been more enthusiastic than he had intended because he immediately calmed down. Quiet down. You're not downloading, right? Can I help? Oh my god! No, this is our job. You're doing the beach. Jamie can catch up as soon as he finished you. Alright, I'll see you. Yeah, bye for now. Go headed on down to the beach with more skip in his step than normal. It was really cute. You smiled softly to yourself at the thought of you'd be joining him soon. He sure seemed to perk up after you agreed to meet him there. I wonder why that could be. Mom. Now who's giving him a hard time, Lonnie? Shush, it's different. Mom's face broke into an incredulous grin. In what way? I'm being supportive, and he can't hear it. Mom full on laughed that time. You're the worst of us when it comes to this. Honestly, I keep trying to warn people, but they won't listen. I only want to help. I think it's fair to say he might need it. Meddler, but you have a point, right? You narrowed your eyes at their teasing, and they simply chuckled conspiratorially before taking more bags from the trunk and heading inside. Once everything had finally been taken in and put away, you got yourself ready to meet Cove at the beach. Has surfboard in your room that you want to take with you. You've been practicing your surfing more and more lately. It was always ready to go. After grabbing your board and getting everything ready, you headed down to the beach. Have fun, honey. Stay safe. When you arrived at the shore, they were greeted by a crash of waves and a soft calls of seagulls. You took in a lungful of the ocean air, felt your olive skin warm in the sun. You noticed a small setup nearby with a towel, some sunscreen, and a bottle of water. It must be Cove's. You spotted Cove himself nearby. He hadn't gone out to sea yet. He was just sitting in the sand in the water's edge, his board propped up beside him. You showed up beside him. Hi, I'm here. Jamie! He looked up at you with a smile and quickly hopped to his feet. I was gonna go on my own soon. It kinda seemed like you weren't coming. I wouldn't have missed it. He chuckled shyly at your insistence. Okay. Bro, I'm just throwing every fucking flag that, you know. Then he cast his eyes towards the waves. Cove, I'm not that good at surfing. You dragged your toe through the sand, feeling silly, but still worried nonetheless. He gave a bent smile. So, we're just gonna have fun, right? Yeah. His words made you feel better, and the two of you headed into the water together. You paddled out into the sea where the good waves were. The water was cool against your skin. Not too calm, but nothing crazy. It looks perfect today. He smiled at you, and you couldn't help but smile back. You felt totally content. Silco kicked the water a little too hard, and it inadvertently splashed you. Hey,
Sorry.
did that hit you? Sorry. You could tell he really did feel bad about that you had gotten caught in this crossfire. You splashed back. You laughed but waited for an opening for revenge. The second he looked away, you kicked back, sprang him. You quickly delved into a splash fort. You had no idea who was winning at the point when the ocean decided to throw its weight around and douse you both with a tall wave. Cove laughed. He smiled infectious. His smile infectious. You couldn't help but join in. Draw? I'd say you won. Really? Oh. He looked surprised, but given how soaked you were from seawater, he'd earned his victory. Thanks. Or, I'm sorry. He chuckled awkwardly and accepting the result of being the biggest splasher, it made losing worth it. Cove pointed out into the distance. You followed his finger to see some nice looking waves. Hey, let's get going. You agreed. No doubt there was room for you to do something good. You were ready to have some fun. You started taking on waves. Cove tried a few tricks, and you got into the rhythm, finding just the right waves. Have you ever thought of that the fish in the other ocean animals think that what we're doing here? Have you? Not really. Okay. It seemed that was all he was going to say on the topic. You started to turn away to paddle in the next wave when he spoke again. Oh, that's weird. Cove reached in the water and pulled out something small and brown. Was it a tiny stick? A clothespin? Cove looked at it with disbelief. He blinked slowly. Then he realized the clothespin was a mischievous looking at them. With the mischievous looking at them. I guess it's needed. Who else would dolphins hang up their flippers? They've got to be stored somehow. That was terrible. You're adorable. Cove read it and pinched the clothespin open and closed as he looked away from you. You played around for the rest of the afternoon and kept chatting in between the waves. You thought about how he had surfed today. You were okay today, nothing special. This was an average surfing practice. You made a few mistakes and had a few successes. There wasn't anything to pull it on one way or another. It was still fun with Cove. What an afternoon. The setting sun was visible on the horizon. Every time you would look away, it had sunk a little lower. The beach was darkening, but still pleasantly warm. You knew you should get out of the water, but before it was completely dark in the sea. You rode one last wave to get back on the beach. There, you picked up your surfboard and gave it a quick once over. Cove followed behind you to the shore. He put his board with his other things and grabbed his towel to start drying off. As he ruffled his hair in the towel, you watched the sunset together. The colors were beautiful in the distance, and the shadows around you deepened. There was no need for words between you two as you both enjoyed the sight of it for a moment. Cove broke the silence. The waves were good today, I think. Yeah, totally. He nodded mildly. You've gotten so good. You couldn't help but smile at the praise. It meant a lot coming from him. You chatted a little more too. The conversation truly died out, and all you heard was rhythmic sound of waves. Then Cove sighed. They can't be over. Not yet. He scowled into the distance as if the sun exiting the sky was a personal offense. Don't you think it should be longer? Only a shrug could express your feelings on that matter. Yeah. Cove stood up straight in defiance of the approaching darkness. I'm not gonna go home yet. I want to go somewhere. I don't know. Cove was still dripping in salt water, so you weren't sure what the alternative was. Wetsuits were fine for the beach and not much else. It wasn't a good idea for him to lug his surfboard around town either. You'd be real cute in that wetsuit wherever you go. Cove's face and he was flushed red as he looked down and inspected himself. He crossed his hands over his chest self-consciously. He had been so used to wearing that Cove hadn't given his current choice of dress any thought. At least that was before you pointed it out to him. Well, you would too. So Cove's eyes widened when he processed what he just said and awkwardly decided to give up on the whole thing. Then he looked down at the shore with wide, shining eyes. There's at least one place that's always okay to hang out in, no matter what time it is. The park. You nodded. The park was virtually always empty. Even Elizabeth only went over there nowadays if she is looking for you. How times have changed. She used to be so protective of that place. In fact, the only kid that was a chance of running it into might be the Jeremy kid again. You brought up the idea to Cove and he cringed. But I'm still going. The sun is still there. A little. I'm staying out as long as it is. You tagged along. Okay, let's go. Cove took a minute to put his stuff in order. He made sure to get it all, though it didn't take much care to shake the sand off. You dealt with your own things. You stuffed everything together quickly. I'm done, Cove. He rolled his eyes with a bent smile at the announcement. As a final touch, Cove plugged his glasses off the beach and put them back on his face. He looked more like himself now. He led the way down to the beach to the park. It wasn't far, so it didn't take you long at all. The sun still hadn't completely disappeared just yet when you made your arrival. Cove stuck his surfboard upright in the sand and tossed his towel over top. By now, the two of you were mostly dry. The summer breeze on your skin kept you pleasantly warm. Cove idly went over to the monkey bars. He grabbed them, feet flat on the ground, and pretended to go across. He had definitely grown in the past few years. You could barely use the monkey bars yourself. There wasn't much space at all between you and the ground. When he got to the bar in the middle, Cove pulled himself up through the saddle on top of the bars. His legs dangled off the side of the bar he perched on. You joined him on the monkey bars. Without Cove's height advantage, getting up there was more difficult, but you made it. You climbed on the side of the monkey bars and pulled yourself up to the top. You settled yourself in between two of the slats. The skinny metal wasn't the most comfortable thing to sit on, though you enjoyed the height it gave you. Guess what? He smiled broadly and raised an eyebrow. He's not here. Right, it was true. There wasn't any single sign of Jeremy. Looks like it was just gonna be the two of you tonight. Cove hung in his head and groaned dramatically. Your eyes widened when he whipped his head back up. Can't believe how dumb my parents are for forcing me to come to this stupid place. You were taken aback and blinked for a second before you realized he was. Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about me. Like, fuck you. Nah, I would never tell you that. This game like that. One Jamie. Don't scare me like that. One Jamie's enough. Cove chuckled back at you, a mischievous glint in his eyes. You looked around the old park. The streets you knew like the back of your hand. And the beach, these were your stomping grounds. You wondered how Cove actually felt. How much was his joke just a joke? And how much was sincere dislike of this place? Moving had never been his choice. You actually like this neighborhood? Do you really have to ask that, Jamie? Cove kicks his legs carelessly and dangled. He smiled softly. I like it here. I really do. It's a nice place. He didn't hesitate. There was no uncertainty. That was his genuine opinion. Well, at least one person likes it here. Well, of course. I'm here after all. You're the best thing in the neighborhood, Cove. Cove flushed and started kicking his legs wildly like he was running on pace. It didn't take long for the day to finally draw to close. The sun was gone and it was dark. You chatted a while longer, but it was definitely winding down. I wish days were longer. I wish this day was longer. His feet kicked out and made him look pretty like a pouty child. Oh well. You can come spend the night again. I mean, woo! Cove sighed. It was time to go home. He hopped down from the monkey bars with a thump when his feet hit the ground. You clambered down the monkey bars yourself. You lowered yourself more slowly than Cove and barely made a sound when your feet reached the ground. Cove grabbed his surfboard and threw his towel around his neck. With his water bottle in hand, he was ready. You both began your trek up the road. It was a quiet night, and you didn't run into anyone else. In what felt like no time at all, you had reached your street. Oh. As you walked, Cove smiled to himself. It was a soft expression, and you couldn't help but wonder what put it there. Everything okay? I just remember when we were younger. It used to be such a big deal to come home after dark. You could indeed recall, if you got sandy, your parents would have something to say. If you got wet, your parents would have more to say. If you came home after dark, well, your mom's dad and his dad better have said it was okay beforehand. You used to need permission for everything. That small comment he made exposed just how much freedom you really have this summer. Cove looked up in the sky and smiled still on his face as the two of you walked side by side reminiscing. When you came to your houses, you turned to each other. Bye. Yep. Bye. Cove waved and you both turned around to your respective houses. This was pleasant end to the outing, you thought. Growing. Only one afternoon, you found yourself in the living room with your family. It was another one of those summer days where it felt too hot to go outside, but it was too uncomfortable to do anything inside either. The air conditioner was cranked up as far as you could negotiate it, but everyone was still being pretty lazy. You, your moms, your sister, lounging around while the TV blared on in the backdrop, ignored by all of you. You specifically were lying spread eagle on the carpet, like, draped over the coffee table. The surface had been nice, the cool touch at first, but now your skin was sticking to it. Elizabeth broke the silence with a loud groan. You glanced over. She was lying on her back over the couch, massaging her calf with one hand. Ugh, I feel terrible. I'm dying in this house, and my legs hurt. Mom looked up from the magazine she'd barely been flipping through it and frowned, concerned. Could you have strained them somehow? Elizabeth flailed briefly, then flopped into her side with a heavy sigh. I don't know, it just hurts.
Sweetie.
Oh, sweetheart. Ma got up from her seat in the kitchen table and walked over to your sister. She did a light pat on Elizabeth's shoulder and sympathetically. I'm sorry you have to deal with all that. Maybe it's growing pains. You could be taller next fall. Elizabeth scoffed. She didn't look impressed by Ma's assessment. I'd rather be my height forever than deal with this. Mom walked over too, leaning against the back of the couch. Kids, they grow up so fast. Soon, Elizabeth will have a home of her own, maybe even with a nice husband and some kids, if she feels like it. She sniffled loudly and wiped at her eye, but you could tell that was just a bit. You tilted over your head. Even though you knew Elizabeth liked guys, it was a hard time to imagine her with a boyfriend or husband. She only seemed invested in hanging out with a group of friends, not chasing after boys. I must agree with you, because she shook her head. Let's not exaggerate, she's still practically a child. But if you ever do pursue romance, Elizabeth, you can talk to me about it. What about talk to me, man? I'm currently pursuing romance with Cove, okay? Definitely, we're always willing to lend an ear. Elizabeth's features contorted in disgust. No way, I'm not talking to my moms about that. Mom's jaw dropped and she gasped with an exaggerated display of shock. Her hand came over the rest against her chest. You did not just say that. Molly grinned. She didn't look offended by Elizabeth's quick response at all. It really wouldn't be so hard to come to us. I know what it's like to have a crush on a pretty boy or two. I didn't, but I can listen anyway. Oh yeah, me too. Mom snorted out her own joke, while Ma burst into giggles. They were having a little too much fun at Elizabeth's expense. Elizabeth certainly wasn't feeling the amusement because she rolled her eyes and sat up. I'm going back to my room. I'd rather melt alone. Thanks. She strode off towards the staircase, taking the steps two at a time. Your mom stared after her, then turned to each other with raised eyebrows. Whoops, looks like we scared her off with all the romance talk. Oh well, we'll get her next time. Imagine they're like, yeah, oh well, and then just look at you like, no! You watched them titter with some surprise. Obviously your mom's liked women, but you had no idea what Ma liked guys too. Today was the first time you heard her say something like that. Ma, I always thought you only liked ladies. You like guys too? Ma turned to you, happy to bring you into things now that you've spoken up. She smiled and nodded. Oh god, I'm getting roped into this. That's right, I like both. But I like your mom most out of everyone. She's special. God, no, don't not tell me that. Mom's smile turned all soft in the corners like it usually did when she looked at her. She pinched Mom's cheek lightly. Mom reached up to cup a hand over Mom's. Even when Mom stopped pulling her cheek, her hands remained clasped together. Thanks, Lanny. I think most women have charm, but no one can hold a candle to you. Pamela. Ma beamed, then kissed Mom on the cheek she'd been pinching before. You thought the moment was very sweet. You smiled to yourself at the sight. No matter how often your moms expressed their feelings for each other, it was always nice to witness it. Mom looked back to you, letting Mom's hand go with a brief squeeze. She settled down next to you. Mom followed soon after. You know, I'm also here to listen to you whenever you're ready. The offer isn't just for Elizabeth. In fact, I think that talk might be needed sooner for you. After all, you already have someone, isn't there? Isn't that right? Mom shook her head and elbowed Ma, but it was futile. Meddler. Yeah, that's true. Ma giggled and smiled, no doubt pleased that you admitted it so readily. There's no rush, of course. You can take all the time you need to figure out what or who you want.
It's okay.
I know who I want. Don't think you have to stick with whatever you come up with right away. Life's nice like that. It can change, and you can learn. Mom nodded in her agreement. The two of us are happy to hear you out, and we may be able to relate better than you think. Still, we won't push the topic, at least most of the time. She gave Mom the weakest, scathing look possible while being unable to stop grinning. Thanks. I'll think about it.
Wonderful.
Good, that's all we ask for. Mom let out another exaggerated sniffle. It didn't take a genius to realize it was fake. First Elizabeth, and now you, Jamie. Do you have to grow up? They grow so fast. Yes, children tend to do that from time to time. Your parents quickly grew absorbed in their conversation about rearing kids. You took that as your cue to leave, getting up as you could spend some time alone in your room too. They let you go without a problem, so you made your way up the stairs. So you let out outside when you stepped into your room. It was just as sweltering in there as it was in the living room, possibly even a little warmer. You couldn't even open your windows since it was hotter outside, and you just let the AC out. You dragged your feet across. As you crossed the room, you checked your current sweltering condition in the mirror as you passed by it. You thought back to the conversation you had downstairs about growing up and all that. After the moment, you stepped a bit closer to the mirror. You stared into it, then turned away from the surface to look down at yourself. You were definitely growing, alright. It was weird thinking about how you were now in comparison to what you've been when you were younger. When it came to your body, it was getting something so different. It was chubby, slender, heavy set, sort of scrawny. I'll say it's scrawny, you know. You shifted up to your side, head still facing forward, and continuing the self-evaluation from this viewpoint. Birth, you were assigned female, and birth, you were assigned male, and your chest was only flat. And that was just the way it was for you. You took a step backwards, finished with your impromptu inspection. You locked eyes with your reflection, cocking your head to the side. All things considered. You thought you looked fantastic. You beamed, pleased with what you saw. Even you winked for good measure, for chuckling at yourself. You shook your head roughly, putting thoughts of what you were turning into out of your mind. This wasn't the time to focus on such things. You had to find something to do in the seat. I know what I can do. I can come, let's hang out. You shuffled in your bed, collapsing onto the mattress, your brows scrunched up in thought. Time passed slowly, and to your annoyance, possibly ideas, but what to do were few and far between. You weren't sure how long it had been, but eventually you heard your mom call for you downstairs. Jamie, there's a call for you. Cole wants to come over. You perked up at the word. Sitting in the bed, you yelled back to her immediately. Yeah, You got out of your feet and headed downstairs, eager to see your friend. You needed to go downstairs soon anyway because your empty stomach told you it was almost time for lunch. Just as you reached the bottom of the stairs, you saw Mom put the phone back on the receiver. She glanced at Ma, loading her lips against the kitchen counter.
Pickle.
Well, here comes trouble. We better prepare ourselves. Ma clicked her tongue to clear disapproval from Mom's words. Ma, he's such a good boy. Cove never wants to cause trouble. He could just be a bit thoughtless and impulsive. Oh, I know he's very sweet, but that's what makes it more of a problem. If a stranger or some kid from school was egging Jamie on to behave badly, I think we can both agree that he'd do the right thing in the end. But if Cove Holden got into a reckless mood and wanted Jamie to be a part of the ride, can we really be certain of what call he'd make then? Yes, I think so. Jamie helps Cove settle down. He would have gotten himself into even more trouble without him.
Thanks.
You have a point. Ma just laughed as she turned away, still snorting. Her eyes met yours. She blinked in surprise, then waved at you with an easy grin. Mom looked over, noticing that you at the foot of the stairs as well. Oh, I didn't expect you to come down already, Jamie. I was just wanting to let you know what was happening. Yeah, it's okay. I just got here. From the way Mom and Ma exchanged amused glances, you got the feeling that they didn't believe you. Thankfully, they didn't correctly accuse you of lying. Sure. Well, we'll just get out of the way. You and Cove take care. You couldn't help but flush when Ma winked. Ma elbowed her, even as a small tugged at her lips. Honestly, this lady. Your moms whispered amongst themselves as they are gossipers. Oh my god. They like, oh, did you hear what? Themselves as they went down the hall. Eventually, you heard the faint sound of the bedroom door shutting. Now we're alone in the living room, tasked with waiting for Cove. And that was just fine with you. If it hadn't been so hot outside, you would have visited him at the house a long time ago. Took a seat in the kitchen counter and settled for the wait. I fucking love this game, man. As expected, there was a knock on the door a few minutes later. Oh my god, it's Cove! Hey, what up, Cove? Dap me up, yeah! When you got up, you answered it. Your neighbor was standing on the other side. He came in once you stepped out, decided to let him pass, giving a little wave. You greet him as you typically did. With a hug! He stiffened in your arms, then relaxed seconds after. One would think he'd be used to your hugs after all these years. Hey! His voice was cracked as he struggled to say something. You didn't feel worried about that. It was how he usually reacted when you were close by. Cove sighed and wiped his face a bit. You noted the sheen of sweat across his brow. He must be glad to be back in a air-conditioned place, even if he only walked across the street to get here. Something going on? Why'd you want to come over? I don't want to do anything. I don't want to do anything. Not when it's like this. He gestured vaguely at the humid air hanging around. I thought I could at least do something with you. I was thinking the exact same thing. You grinned and he smiled back. And that was all there was to it. Both of you were on the same page. Have you had lunch yet? I was going to do it soon. He shook his head.
Not really.
I haven't really felt like eating because of the heat. I probably should have lunch. I didn't have breakfast this morning. You urged Cove in the direction of the kitchen. He stumbled after you. Okay. As one, you headed into the kitchen. You crossed your arms as you glanced around, wondering what you should scrounge up for a meal. I don't want to eat anything that's warmed up. Is there something cold or not cooked? Yeah. After a bit of back and forth, you two concluded that it should raid the fridge and cabinet in order to make sandwiches. With that settled, you have planned to decide on the outside layers first. Those wide variety to choose from, since everyone in their house had their own favorites. There was white bread, wheat bread, sourdough, mixed grains, gluten-free bread, and pita pockets. Ooh. Could you take the grain for me? Sure! You reached for the mixed grains and made your decision. I'll take the pita pockets. You filled out the pita pockets too, setting both of the items on the counter. You headed to decide what main direction the sandwich would go in. A sweeter style. Something sweet would be perfect for the sweltering heat. Those with specific ingredients. Ooh. Banana sauces. Peanut butter. How about we just everything. You notice yourself with a quiet hum, satisfied. Everything. Just put everything on there. Let's see if you bustled around the kitchen, opening and closing things in order to collect everything you need for the individual sandwiches. You focus instantly on assembling your own. For the most part, when you were close to being done, though, you glance over at your neighbor. Phil was putting his sandwich together delicately, his brow furrowed and tongue sticking out just barely. There were open drawers of peanut butter and honey near his plate, as well as a banana peel. So he was making a peanut butter, banana, and honey sandwich on mixed grain bread. That sounded great! Maybe you would have one yourself at a different time. The curiosity satiated, you turn back to your plate and finish your own creation. By the time you were done, Cove had already cleaned up his workstation and turned to face you, studying your sandwich briefly. He gave an incredulous look when he questioned you about it. Good. Yeah. Everything that we have, bam. Good. Done? Yeah. Cool. He waited as you quickly and returned the ingredients and cleaned a few utensils. Then the two of you collected your respective plates. You both agreed on heading upstairs to hang out in your room. You know what that means. You and Cove entered your bedroom while balancing your food on the plates. Nothing fell, so it was a successful trip. Cove took a seat on the ground, stretching out on the hardwood floor in an attempt to keep a bit cooler. He immediately took the big bite out of his sandwich, chewed, then hummed happily. This sandwich is really good. At least that's something. At this point, you sat down and started at your own sandwich. This did not turn out as expected. Unfortunately, you were having regrets about the concoction you created. He leaned back in the hands while chewing and glanced around. His every movement was sluggish. Want to do something? He seemed the plan of not doing anything at all had already worn thin, despite his lack of enthusiasm. Like what? He rolled his head back, looking up at the ceiling. What about Hangman? You put the paper plate on the side and pulled out some marks and scrap paper. I'm amazing at Hangman. As you laid on the floor, he scooted back to make room in the front of you. Cove picked up one of the marks with his right hand while keeping a half slice of sandwich in his left. Can I pick the phrase? Go ahead, I don't mind. He smiled briefly before he bent over the paper and began sketching in the Hangman frame. And then he stopped, pursing his lips and thought he tapped the end of his mark against his cheek. You watched silently as Cove looked down at the paper up at your face and then off to the side of the loop. His marker kept tapping his cheek the entire time. I feel that. what should I do? He raised an eyebrow. He suggested that game and wanted to pick the phrase, but it looked like he didn't actually have anything in mind for it. Finally, he put empty lines in the paper and slightly spots and signified spots for letters. All right, you can start guessing. Oh my God, Okay, 3, 3, 4. You're sexy? You're cute? He peered over. His secret face consisted of 3 words. The first 2 had 3 letters, and the last 4. You thought hard about what your first guess would be. You got 1. After the first round, you were about to take another bite of your sandwich when a thought occurred to you. What if anyone turned off the TV downstairs? Oh my God! The TV, it was on earlier, but no one was really watching. Then everyone started leaving the room. I know I didn't turn it off. It might still be downstairs when no one... No! Finish it! Finish it! Poor show, playing with no one around to enjoy it. What was it? You squinted in the middle of the distance trying to recall the show's name. Like it was some kind of crime-solving drama. Cove nodded sleepily, his eyes closed and opened again with some effort. Can you give any specifics? Maybe I can guess it. Well, you rested your chin upon your open palm, groggily thinking as hard as you could. I remember there was a woman with long blonde hair. I got it! NCIS Special Victims Unit. No, my bad. Law and Order Special Victims Unit. Or Major Crimes. Bam. Got it. I think she was the one solving crimes like as a detective or something. There were scenes in a police station because someone got arrested. Wow. You lapsed into silence, the both of you thoughtful, then Cove chuckled. Wasn't that funny, but you joined the laughter anyway. I don't know what that is. Me neither. I just saw it. Good guess. Another round came and went, and Cove grumbled as he readjusted himself. His features were twisted and grimace. I feel so sticky. I'm gonna be stuck to the floor forever now. I'll have to charge you. You can be my new room if you want. He smiled and saw, yeah, your joking suggestion. That wouldn't be so bad. You couldn't help but smile too. Now that you thought about it, being roommates with Cove would be fun. Then you returned to the game. I got it right! You are cute! Cove spoke up once more. Catching your attention, he was peering down at the piece of paper between you. His expression is thoughtful. You know, hey man, it's kind of a creepy game. Why do people come up with it? Why do they play it? I mean, you're right. It's kind of fucked up. You really do. Cove raised a skeptical brow. Yeah, they never use Hangman for a trial, by the way. You bit back a laugh and feigned seriousness. If you got it right, then you were innocent if they let you go. But if you got it wrong, they killed you. He shuddered at your eerie explanation before rejecting it outright.
No way.
That's terrible and not real. You chuckled to yourself and went back to the creepy game. Hey, that's another one. By this point, Cove had finished his sandwich. Yours was almost gone too, but now you were getting thirsty. You brought it up to the neighbor. Should we go downstairs to get some drinks? I was thinking that too, but I don't really want to get up. Me neither. You looked over at him, narrowing your eyes with false suspicion. But hey, what happened with you not being able to get up ever again? Cause you were stuck to the floor. That's still true. I mean, we're not actually going, are we? I only thought about it. You rolled your eyes and dropped the issue, defeated. Cove grinned a little at your disappointment over his victory. I told y'all. I'm amazing at this game. You are cute. That was the phrase that Cove had spent so long settling on. You stared at it. A few correct letters in, you had a feeling you knew what the phrase was. Still, you felt butterflies in your stomach at seeing it, clearly as day, on this paper. You took in the words for a moment longer than you looked up at Cove. He had trouble meeting you with your shut gaze, a smile starting awkwardly on his lips. His next words left him in a mumble. It was all I could think of the time. You wrapped your arms around him. It was instinct. You leaned over and wrapped your arms around him in a hug. Damn, Cove. No, you're cute. Cove smiled a bit more, clearly still feeling awkward about the move he pulled. He turned away from you, his cheeks tinted pink. One passed between you, two of you. Are we still hugging? Now would be the perfect time to change the subject, but you didn't. He didn't either. Things started feeling a bit more personal all of a sudden. You looked into the girl's ocean eyes and saw yourself step back. I really think you're cute. Seriously. Cove's features softened at your words, but he remained serious. Thanks. I meant it too. Finally, he broke the eye contact. I've heard at some point you're supposed to start liking types of people, guys, girls, or whoever. We really noticed that yet. Nothing's changed. Not in a big way. Not for everybody. Maybe I have to grow up more, but at least with you. At least you waited. But he trailed off. He wasn't going to keep talking. You frowned a little disappointed. You wished that he had continued with what he was saying. You shook off the strangeness in the situation and tried to be supportive. Maybe you just don't like anybody, or maybe you like all types of people. That's normal too. Cove seemed to appreciate that though, if the smile that appeared on his lips were any indication. But the expression was quick to disappear. He peered over at you, looking nervous. Cove, what about you? What kind of guy or person do you like? He winced and seemed to be mentally kicking himself for saying it like that. You considered his question carefully. Did you know what you liked? What the fuck does this mean? But specifically, when it came to how you felt towards boys. How you felt towards girls. You weren't interested in girls. With people who aren't exclusive male or female. Oh, that's a hard thing. With me, I don't know. You returned your attention to Cove. He was waiting patiently for your response. You explained how you felt to Cove. He listened intently, taking every word as you tried to convey how you felt. He definitely perked up a bit when you mentioned having some interest in romantic relationships. Then he scratched the back of his head, sheepish. I'm not really sure how we ended up talking about all this when we started out just playing Hangman, but it was good, I think. I think so too. Cove chuckled a little bashfully. He glanced around and clearly scrambling for something else to say. So, have you gotten any new accessories or stuff recently? Yeah, actually, I'm really glad you brought it up. The conversation was taking a lighter turn after that, and it felt like you got closer that afternoon. Finally, the blazing sun began to set. To your relief, the air cooled downward, but you fumbled, bro. You fumbled. You fumbled the bag. You could have had it. You could have had it. You fumbled. You pulled yourself off to the floor as did Cove, and with some minor complaint, you both stretched your arms, groaning and yawning to your hands. You glanced out the window briefly, taking in the soft rose, pinks and purples of the late afternoon sky. Somehow, you had made it through the scorching hot day in one piece. Cove turned towards you, motioning towards you in the window with his chin. Want to go outside? It might be better out there than it is here now. Sounds good. I could really use some fresh air. The two of you took the time heading downstairs. You stopped briefly to grab a drink of water, then continued on your way. Stepped outside, one after the other. Your destination began with the familiar hills behind your house. This time of day it was quiet outside. The flowers blew gently in the wind, petals trembling but stubbornly hanging in there. You felt the breeze cool your heated skin and you relaxed your shoulders. Cove closed his eyes, releasing a deep breath. I really love it out here. I did too. You do? That's surprising. Yes. You said it. I did too. Ghost smiled, tendrils of his hair dancing in the wind. I beat past, but his gaze didn't stray from your own. His voice was impossibly soft when he spoke up again. I'm glad I met you, Jamie. You're really important to me, you know? You're special to me, Cove. Then Cove reached over to held your hand without another word. Hey, thank God! Even as the sun disappeared completely and the sky darkened, you and Cove remained side by side for as long as you possibly could. Oh my God! The sun warmed your skin from its place in the sky, and you closed your eyes, enjoying the mix of the heat with the pleasant breeze that drifted past. You and Lee had spread out a blanket on top of one of the hills behind your house, and had been relaxing from here for a while. Lee had come over earlier in the day, and while a range of activities had been discussed, staying home to heading down to the beach, a picnic on the hill had been the choice you both settled on. A small spread was laid out in front of you, some bottled waters, soft drinks, as well as chips and sliced fruit. You sat up and reached for a snack, listening to Lee talk away about the musical she had gotten to see a few days ago. It was unbelievable. They were singing, dancing, crazy stunts, and it was all done live right in front of my face. Maybe one day we could go together. I've got to see more shows like that. You spawned at Lee's enthusiasm, knowing how much she's enjoyed singing and performing. And she was good at it too. You had gotten the chance to hear her sing a couple of tunes, and you knew she put a lot of effort into it. Yeah, I see, but you haven't told you were good at it. Whether that was true or not, there were other things you preferred doing more. I wonder if maybe we could put our own show. Think how fun it'd be. We could perform from our parents and ask our friends to come over and some other people to come and watch too. It would totally work. I did give you stage fright, but wouldn't showing off to yes, let's do it. You had actually thought about doing something like that before, but never had the chance to. Lee clapped in excitement and bounced on the balls. Hold on, I'll be back. Clee clapped in excitement and bounced on the balls of her feet beyond happy that you were on board with her idea. Singing, what about you? I know singing isn't your thing. Okay, I'm back. Okay. I'll do the makeup. Good idea. You'd be great at that. Is there anything else that's coming to your head? One more thing. I'll pick the outfits. That's a great job for you. You always dress so fashionably. I know. Is there anything else that comes to your head? Oops. One more thing. I'll do some kind of stunt. There we go. Yes, I'll be making a real show. I'll draw something. You had an art kit at home, full of colored pencils and markers that you could use to create a piece of the show. You just hoped that there'd be a large enough piece of paper or cardboard for a backdrop. I think that would make it an amazing show. You got things pretty covered. The two of you ran back to your house. To grab the supplies you needed, dodging your mom's amused questions before heading back out to the blanket to get started. You spread a large sheet of paper in front of you and began imagining a backdrop of your scene for the show. Me and you discussed the plans in detail, settling on a song first and then practicing out parts for the show. The afternoon passed quickly when the sun dropping lower and lower in the sky. And after having thoroughly worked out how the show was going to go, you decided to take a break. Oh, we should have invited Cove to watch us practice our show. He could tell us if it's bad before we put in the real thing. That's smart. We should ask him just to watch us later. Okay. It's too dark. It's too bad Derek isn't in the neighborhood today. I like him. He's okay. Okay is better than nothing. But speaking of boys we like, what's the relationship status between you and Cove? Is it good? Yeah, it's good. I'm so happy for you. But like, really, are you gonna be telling him you have a crush on him anytime soon or what? I'm pretty sure he already knows. Pretty sure isn't short. You should declare it to him. You mumbled something incoherent and she gave you a pointed look. You know that he has a crush on you too. It's obvious for him. It's obvious for you. Why not just do it? You didn't say anything, wondering about the possibilities instead. The two of you talked a little more about Cove, amongst the other topics, and you found that it was nice having someone to speak to about these sorts of things. Finally, you both decided to pack everything up and head back home for the evening. Lee talked excitedly about the show as you did, and you thought back on what you had already accomplished for it. You could definitely do with a little more practice, but what you had so far was a solid foundation for the performance. Upon walking through the front door, you were met by your moms and Elizabeth hovering around each other in the living room. Tension hung thick in the air as the three of them turned to you and Lee, frowning slightly. You had interrupted something. Exactly what, you weren't sure. Wow, who died? Hello?
Oh.
Hi, Jimmy. Hello, Lee. Welcome back. Hold on. Wow, who died? We fell quiet again. With no one quite knowing what to say, he left incredibly awkward, but the silence didn't last too long. You don't have to stop just because those two are here. There's no reason to try keeping it a secret. Elizabeth was mad with her arms folded defensively over her chest, but your mom's not in agreement with her. Elizabeth was asking about her parents. Her biological ones. She's adopted? I didn't know that. The world spun around you at the news. You couldn't understand why was this happening now. When you glanced at Lee, she shuffled her feet uncomfortably as though she didn't know if she should be there or not anymore. You didn't know either. I don't know if I should be there or not. Your moms had always been open and honest about the fact that neither of them had given birth to you. Oh, or your sister. Oh, I'm adopted too. I didn't know that. But the details had been fully explained before. It made sense that Elizabeth didn't know a lot about her biological parents and wanted to know more. You just hadn't ever thought you had accidentally stumbled into it. And Elizabeth looked at your parents expectantly. She was going to let the unintentional interruption derail things. We don't want to keep that information from either of you. It's your right to know your past. But we did want to wait until you asked us to hear yourselves. Well, it's happening now, so? Your mom shared a nervous glance and Ma took in a quick breath before speaking again. I adopted you from the Philippines when you were just a baby. Elizabeth dropped her arms, her eyebrows shooting upwards in response. I'm Filipino! Wait, I wasn't born here? Oh my god! Where was I born at? Be some bullshit like America. No, you weren't. Wow, who would have thought that? Wow. Yeah, she just said she adopted you in the Philippines. You could clearly see that your sister was appalled by this information. You struggled even more what to do or how to react. Am I gonna have to pass some tests to even be a citizen? You know, I fucking hate you, Elizabeth. No, you were adopted in the country. We took care of things. You're already a citizen. You have nothing to worry about. I followed all the laws when it comes to bringing a child into the.
No.
In the U.S., nothing can be held against you. Elizabeth sighed, placated that the information is still far from happy. Who were my parents as people? Why did they put me up for adoption in the first place? How did you? Oh yeah. Ma softly put her hands over Elizabeth's shoulder, trying to provide some support before she gave her the answer. So sorry, sweetie. Your parents were reported to have died. They didn't go into details on the specifics of how, but you were an orphan. I wish we had better news for you, Elizabeth. Elizabeth was torn between emotions, her eyes filled with tears. She threw her hands in the air, suddenly and enraged. Great, so I can never meet them, even if I wanted to. Not that I could have, anyway, since they lived in another part of the world that they were still alive. Elizabeth turned on her bike on you and your mom's and stormed off, sprinting up the stairs in her room before that anyone would stop her. I have to go talk to her. Mom immediately started to follow her, but Mom gently held her by the arm and shook her head. She gave her a little space to process it all. Your mom's head hung low, but she stopped walking. With Elizabeth now gone, the two of them seemed to remember you and Lee were still standing awkwardly off to the side. I'm sorry you had to see all that. It's not how I expected it would have happened when the time came. But since the topic of the day, Jamie, is there anything you'd like to ask? You deserve to know after all. He patted your back and gave you a supportive look. Parents both nodded as instinct to reply to thought. I can leave if you want to. I can do that. Lee shifted a little closer to you and supporting you. Gotta have her. I mean, it made you feel stronger somehow. You turned to face your parents again, preparing yourself for what they were about to tell you. Ma was the first to speak, her voice quivering with emotion. You were adopted as a baby, but 2 years after Elizabeth, we used a different organization that time, and you were adopted within the U.S. So I tell you, Jamie, your parents had also passed away. What the hell? I don't fuck with them. I fuck with y'all. You feel me? Y'all my parents, not them. Fuck those bitches. Other family members took you in, if there were any, and none That's why we wanted to wait until you asked. We didn't want to suddenly drop that on your lap. We wanted you to be prepared. Sorry, Jamie. Lee gave you a reassuring squeeze on. Thank you for telling me. I did want to know, and now I do. Thank you for listening, Jamie. If there's anything else you want to know, all you have to do is ask. We'll do our best to answer your questions.
Are you okay?
How are you feeling now? Are you going to be okay? Lee watched you closely, though judging how exactly she should react to what's going on. I feel fine. We spoke with a refreshed tone as... Hold on, let's just,
Are you okay?
let's save it right here. So with a fresh tone as though you had a load off. Your mom smiled sadly, but you knew they believed you. No one seemed to have any words after that. Wanted to see Cove. More than anything, in that moment, you wanted to see Cove. No one could be there for you the way he could. I'm gonna go out just for a little bit. I'll be back before it's really late. Your mom's nodded in understanding, trusting you to make the best call for yourself. Lee's footsteps echoed from behind, and you knew she was following you. You encouraged her. Can you come with me? You know I can. She gave you a small smile, and walked with you to the door. Once outside, you stood across the street, and purposefully Cove's house set in your sights. Oh, pfft. After you raised a hand and knocked on the door, it took a few minutes for Mr. Holden to answer it, giving you a broad smile. Hi, Jamie. Looking for Cove, I bet. Yeah, that's right. Cliff turned and whistled down the hall in the direction of Cove's room. Hold on, yeah. Hey, sport, you have a guest. After calling his son, he turned back to you and dipped his head.
No worries.
He'll be here any second. Cove, my man. Dap me up, yeah. As promised, it didn't take long before the footsteps echoed down the hall, and Cove's head of green hair appeared before you all. He looked past his dad to see you standing there and smiled, pleased at your visit. Hi, hey Jamie. Hi, Lee. Hi, Cove. Can you hang out now? He gave you a place to smile, one you were all too familiar with. Sure. You kids take care, alright? I'll be around if you need anything. Mr. Holden shuffled back into the house and closed the front door, giving you some privacy. Cove tilted his head at you, his bangs fall in his face as he did so. What's up? Lee said nothing, eyes shifting to you instead and waiting for you to speak. My parents are dead. My parents are dead. My parents are dead. I needed to talk to you. Cove's forehead. Yeah, I needed to talk to you. Well, I'm here. You can tell me. My mom and dad who gave birth to me, they're dead. Without having to say anything else, Cove reached out and pulled you into a tight embrace. Finally, he hugged me back. He's the one that... I'm sorry, Jamie. His words were whispered comforting into your shoulder. You started to cry. You pressed your face onto the crook of his neck, unable to stop the tears that they held. The hold he held on you tightened. Can we talk somewhere else? You felt uncomfortable huddling around the entrance of Cove's house. That feeling didn't seem to be a problem, though. Yeah, let's go. Cove took you by the arm and encouraged you along and behind him. You followed without a protest. Lee stayed just as close as she followed along. You headed towards the hills where you and Lee had spent the majority of your day. Things seemed so different there, only a couple hours ago, and you wondered how everything had changed so drastically. You took a seat in the grass beside Cove, who bent his legs and restored his arms on them before he turned to you again. Can you explain everything to me? You nodded softly before taking in a heavy breath and launching into the story. Ko sat quietly and listened attentively, nodding every now and then or taking in a sharp inhale. So I'm like, it took a long time for you to relay the details. Dozens of stars were pinpointed in the sky at night were on. Silence settles between you as Ko sat quietly for a moment, contemplating everything you had said. When he finally spoke, his voice was quiet, drifting through the night towards you. Jamie.
I'm so sorry.
I'm really sorry about what happened to your parents. So sorry. He stopped suddenly and took in a deep, shaky breath, and you got the impression he was struggling with what it was right to say. Everything was so overwhelming, it was difficult to get a good grasp. Jamie, you're not doing anything wrong. You know that, right? I think that you can be as sad as you want for as long as you need, or you can feel okay about it whenever you want to. He sighed and ran a hand through his hair and looked over at the ocean.
Okay.
I guess what I'm trying to say is, whatever you feel about it is how you feel about it. You don't have to force yourself to be different. Thank you, Cove. His words had made you feel better, and you knew it was true. You didn't have to apologize or make any excuses for the way you felt about it at all. Cove smiled at you a little, and you could tell that he was trying to be comforting. And your moms definitely don't. It doesn't matter if you're not blood related. You're definitely family. I could see that, and I hope you can too. You felt the reassurance in his eyes. Your cousin tried not to interrupt your explanation on Cove's response to it. When the opportunity arose, she made it clear that she shared the same sentiment. You stayed up on the hill together a little longer, looking over the ocean and the stars that shone brightly above it. After talking about the situation with someone who wasn't directly a part of it, you started to see things in a different light. Above all, you were glad to have Cove's and Lee's support, and to know you could count on them if you needed it. Hey! Then sudden voice of your sister behind you made you jump. You saw her standing a little way. She walked closer and you didn't quite know what to do or what she was planning on saying.
So?
Do you mind going? I want to talk just to Jamie. You can come back. It's not going to be forever or anything. Cove seemed equal parts concerned and skeptical. Leaving you now wasn't a concept that thrilled him. Lee wasn't exactly jumping to go, so she checked with you quietly. What do you think? If she wanted to talk to you in private, it was obvious that about something important. You waited until the two of you would be alone, fixing her with an inquisitive look. Elizabeth folded her arms, looking at you. Did moms tell you about your parents too? Yeah, my other parents also died. Elizabeth broke eye contact with her. Sorry. Why did you want to talk to me? Elizabeth raised an eyebrow in the question as though the answer should be obvious. I was worried about you. I was the one who brought it up, but I made you deal with whatever was left when I was gone. She sighed, glancing upwards for a moment before setting on you once more. I wanted to ask you what happened without everyone breathing down our necks. I'm not mad at you. She stuck her nose up a little to that, but her smile was soft. I'm okay, Elizabeth. It didn't upset me. How are you allowed to be that mature? The lightning spirits in her were quickly gone as she slipped back into his scowl. You have to be born in the U.S. to become president. What? I never heard of that dream of hers before. She noticed your bafflement and continued. Actually, it's a hard subject. I get I was never going to be president, but it just feels weird having stuff taken away and not getting a chance at it. I don't like having to know that when I was born I was going to have a completely different life. So different I can't even think about what I would look like in my head. I could have spoken another language, lived away from everything I've ever seen here, had someone else as my sibling. And then my parents died, and I was adopted, and the life I got became a totally new thing forever. I can't go back to what it was even if I wanted to. Heaviness settled between you and the person who became your sister. I don't really understand. I can't see the other stuff as being my life. The one I have is what my life is, and everything else is only what did happen. Elizabeth watched you seriously. She was still trying to make sense of this to you and herself. I don't know why today was the day. Nothing came up to make me ask the question. It was just something I've had in my head for a while. When it was just me and my mom's in the living room, I just kind of said it finally, and there you go. She shifted from one foot to another, relaxing her stance just a bit. She also spoke more gently. Learning about them and what happened doesn't change how I feel about our family, Jamie. She smirked, fixing with sharp eyes. I'd already figured a long time ago that moms weren't our biological parents. That wasn't news. Technically, one of them could have been related to you. Our moms can have kids, just not both together. True, but I'm not half white or native Hawaiian, so no, neither of them could have been my mom.
Nice try.
Nice try, smart Alec. Yeah, that was kind of racist, I ain't gonna lie. Nothing about the family I was born in would have made me decide that this wasn't my family anymore. If you had hoped you'd be free from my big sister status, don't think you're so lucky. She bumped her shoulder against yours playfully. Her lips tilted at the corners.
You'll always be my little brother.
You smiled softly. You'll always be my family too. Chuckling, she seemed pleased with how the conversation had gone in the end. Ready to head back home? It's been a long day. You gave her a nod.
Come on.
You three, let's go. You walked home together in a comfortable silence down the well-worn street. The familiarity of it all felt nice. When you stepped through the door, you found your moms quietly sitting together at the kitchen table. What up, word? I didn't know he was like Hawaiian. Nice. Their heads snapped back to reality. Heads snapped up and got their feet. Ma giving you a careful smile. Oops. We're so glad to see you. Everything's alright. That's wonderful, sweetheart. Really wonderful. Ma then come over to wrap her arms around you and Elizabeth, giving you a tight hug. It didn't take long for Mom to join in, putting her arms around both of you.
Love you.
You really couldn't have asked for better, kiddos. We love you. More than we could ever say. Moms. You were so glad your moms were alright. I love you too. You let them hug you for as long as they needed, and it was a nice moment shared between you. Cove and Lee just standing there. They both pulled back, eventually grinned at the two of you, and you knew that you all had each other, and you always would. Well, now, since we're all here, how about something together as a family? That sounds like an excellent idea. We should have some fun before the night's over.
Totally.
I love the sound of that. Okay. Kind of look a little bashful. Likely of it being included as part of the family, but he tried to not pay much attention to it. Why not? You had the smile that threatened to tilt your lips, knowing that Elizabeth must have been in a good mood if she hadn't even teased Cove for being part of it. And no matter what she could have said about it, you wanted him to be there. He was someone who was really important to you. Who's got a suggestion? It should be something we could do here in the house with everyone in the same room. You suddenly remembered the show you and Lee had been working on earlier. Maybe we could do our show. A show? This is the first time I'm hearing of this. I'm intrigued. It would be amazing if you put on for us to watch. Oh yeah, I need to see what you cooked up. That'd be cool. You smiled at Lee, who returned the gesture while bouncing on her heels in excitement. Take some seats and we'll get everything together. Your moms collected the chairs and from around the dining table and set them in a row in the living room, where there was enough space for the show. While they did that, you and Lee gathered the supplies you needed and rehashed the plan one last time. You listened to the song you had chosen one last time. After that, you quickly applied the makeup looks you had practiced earlier. The backdrop you had prepared earlier was also ready to go now that it was needed. Finally, you changed the outfits you had picked out. When the two of you returned to the living room, everyone was sitting and chatting amongst themselves while they waited. Fuck. The group quieted down when you and Lee stood in front of your makeshift stage. Lee was buzzing quietly with excitement inside you. You were nervous. No matter how small the audience was, there was still eyes on you. Okay, so welcome to our show. We only came up with it today, but we promise it'll be good. No refunds. Laughter rippled through the mini audience. Then you nodded at Lee that you're ready to begin. Lee took in a deep breath. Without the few beats it took to get into the song and started singing. Your outfits gave a special element to the performance. The makeup you had done on yourself and Lee made the show feel much more like a real production. The backdrop you had created gave it a great atmosphere to work off of. When the performance was over, Lee took your hand in hers and the two of you bowed deeply together. Everyone gave you a round of applause and cheered for an encore. When you straightened yourself up, you were happy to see Elizabeth even was clapping for you. Bravo! Bravo! Yes.
Good job.
You're so talented. Your family rose from their seats and came over to congratulate you more directly. You were beaming from ear to ear. Cove! Woo! Cove was the first one to approach, stepping up to you and Lee with a smile on his face. Nice shot. Thank you. Hey, were you the one who drew the backdrop? Yeah, that was me. Cove smiled, content over his guessing being correct. I thought so. It was good. You couldn't help but feel flattered the way he recognized your talent so easily. Your parents gushed about how great everything was and thanked you for sharing it with them. Elizabeth was complimentary on her own way, although she did describe the show as cute, which you knew meant it was kind of kiddie. You laughed it off. Motherfucker, you're 15, bro. You laughed it off, however, you were just happy that everyone had a nice time. In the moment, you couldn't have been more pleased to be a part of the family you had. Dinner. Sunlight shone through the window as you sat in the living room. Your home phone pressed to your ear. Cove was we're finally talking to Cove. It had been shaping up in the ordinary day, like any other, until Cove had caught unexpectedly. He sounded unusually nervous greeting you. He listened silently, and as he kept talking, his words stilted. So, I was just wondering, do you want to come over to my house for dinner tonight? Date? The question came out strangely, almost like he'd rehearsed it a few times beforehand. Your eyes would widen a little. You hadn't expected this to be the reason behind the call. Yeah, I'll go. It was... Oh! It seems that Cove still had more to say and just interrupted him. Oops. Cool. Well, he summoned for a bit, trying to gather his thoughts again. My mom and dad, they really want you to be there. If your parents don't have a problem with it, they asked me to ask you. You took a moment to think. Dinner at home would be quiet and uneventful today. If you really wanted to go, you could go to Cove's instead. Cove spoke up again, breaking your thought train. His voice was softer than before. Also, I want you to be there too. Can you come over? Yeah, I can come. Thanks, Jamie. I'll let them know when I can. He sounded noticeably relieved at your response. Was you coming over today at dinner today that serious? He spoke to you for a little while longer to explain what time to come over and other details, then hung up. And that was that, for now anyway. Soon enough, the sun dipped over the sky and evening came. It was time for you to head to Cove's house. After letting Elizabeth know you were leaving, she didn't look away from the TV, just grunted. You made this small journey across the street. You knocked a couple times on the heavy door to their condo. As you waited for an answer, you found yourself contemplating being a guest while both of the Cove's parents were there. It was exciting. You had thought that today was going to be boring, but it turned out to be much more interesting. You didn't get too much time with your thoughts, though. The door opened soon enough. Cove's mom, Kyra, stood in the frame, smiling warmly at you. Hiya, Jamie. Welcome. Please come in. Come on in. You opened the door. Why do You stepped inside, allowing her to shut it behind you. Thanks so much for coming over. I know it was kind of the last second. Thank you for having me.
Of course.
Of course, just make yourself at home. It's not in my home, but I've been given permission to say that. Hi, Jamie. Welcome to our humble abode. You jerked your head towards the sound of Mr. Holden's voice. He waited for you briefly in the kitchen, with his back turned and a large spoon in hand. Hope you're hungry, because I'm whipping up a lot of tasty stuff. True to his word, you heard something sizzling on the stove. You closed your eyes and inhaled it. It smelled spicy and savory. Found Mr. Holden busy. With Mr. Holden busy, Cove nowhere to be seen. It was just you and Kyra. She gave you a wry smile. He sure is. While I've been barred from the cooking the entire time, I'm staying here. Can you believe that? She nudged you in the elbow. Miss Holden scoffed good naturally, then spoke from over his shoulder. You're on vacation, Kyra. You need to accept that already. She yelled back, amusement obvious in her face and her tone. People still cook when they're on vacation. Everyone's gotta eat. It's not like I have some celebrity who can go out every meal and hire a private chef.
Sorry.
Well, in this house, you're a VIP. It's kind of cringy, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Kind of fucking cringy. Kyla smiled and shook her head quietly. Then she turned to your face once more. Sorry about that, Jamie. Here I was trying to strike up a conversation with you, and Clifford just had to butt in. I don't butt in. She eyed him, chuckling in disbelief. He wasn't exactly disproving her point with that. Kyra leaned over to whisper to you. It's okay. He likes to be included. But since Clifford insisted on cooking all by himself, he would have to wait. The two of us can chat. Her next question continued to be said in a hushed tone, just to be safe. So, how you doing? I'm good. I'm doing good. That's what I like to hear. She opened her mouth to say something more, but some lightly pounding footsteps caught your attention. You checked to see Cove emerge from the hall a few minutes later. Cove, my man, tap me up, yeah. He might have heard all the commotion and left his room to see what was going on. Oh my God, Cove! He quickly took stock of the situation. His cheeks tinted pink at the sight of you standing in his living room, and his hand came up to rub his arm almost bashfully. Jamie, hey, thanks for being here. There was nothing unusual about the words in his greeting, but you could tell something was wrong from the way he looked like he wanted to be anywhere but there. Hi, Cove. You doing okay? Yeah, I'm fine. He didn't sound convincing at all. You narrowed your eyes suspiciously, but you didn't comment out on it. If you could talk to him alone tonight, maybe you'd ask him what was going on there. It was when you glanced away from Cove that you spotted his parents watching the two of you interact. Cove noticed that their stares too, meeting them in narrowed eyes. Are we having dinner now? Not yet, but I'm still cooking. Alright, I'm gonna go back to my room. As he turned to leave, he bent his head to the side to face you. You coming? The question was quiet, but you heard it clearly. You smiled, pleased that he asked, and nodded in affirmative. The Cove turned fully and made his way down to the hall. Have fun, you two. We'll call you when the food's ready to go. Thank you for enabling our love. With that, you followed after Cove. The two of you made your way down to the hall. This was the first time you were invited to see Cove's room. Cove got to the door first, opening it, and stepped inside. You joined him. There was a mat on the floor in front of the door. As you stepped over the threshold into his room, you felt a crunch of sand beneath your feet. You glanced down. Sand was clustered around the entrance. You even spotted smaller amounts of dusting the rest of the room's floor. Though you hadn't anticipated it, you weren't surprised at the sight. Of course, Beach Boy Cove Holden would get his room on Sandy. So this is my room. Cove was a bit shy as he said so, fidgeting with the hem of his shirt using one hand and vaguely gesturing the space with the other. There's stuff that we could sit on if you want. He looked over at the desk chair as an option. When he turned back, Cove was already sitting in the edge of the large bed. It's nice. Cove's chest puffed up as he sat straight and smiled. Thanks. That helped me put stuff up, but I chose what to have and where. That's cool. As soon as you sat next to him, Cove grew tense. His back went stiff and he ducked his head away. He tried to hide a trembling smile. Oh my god. He said it under his breath as he didn't want it. He obviously did, and easily since you were right beside him. Smiled, comforting him. He raised an eyebrow. You both kept noticing that others would never move. You're such a sweet guy. You're adorable. What? Clearly he hadn't expected the compliment. Somehow his flesh grew worse, spreading all over down his neck. He fumbled for words. I'm not that's He gripped the blanket underneath him and searched for something more to say. Did you see my fish? I've got some in the tank right there. Cove threw both his hands in front of him to direct your eyes towards his pets. He was trying pretty poorly to change the topic. That much was clear. You decided to show him mercy and allowed it. You started to watch the bright fish swim. There were a bunch of them floating to and fro in the open space. They stood out starkly against the green aquarium plants. How long have you had those fish? My dad bought them for me not very long after I moved here. I guess it's been years now. Wow, it's been a long time. You peered chuckling into a tank. The fish looked to be doing well. He must take good care of them. Some were small, but there was one specifically big one. What's their names? I don't name them. Well, not really. He lifted an eyebrow at that. He continued the explanation sheepishly. Mostly, I just called them things based on what they look like. Squirt. So I'm very immature. For a small one, tangerine for a really orange one, and that sort of thing. I've had a lot of fish, and I'm not that good at coming up with names. Found that funny. Who knew that was a weakness of his? It was an entertaining revelation. Oh, a couple of them have other types of names. He pointed at a small orange-ish fish, red fish. It was minding its own business away from others. My dad named her Dreamcatcher, and that other one's Mark. Mom came up with that one. Mark. Cole smiled to himself, and his eyes reflecting the glow in the tank. I want to name one Bill. You let other people name your fish? Yeah, it's nice. He then turned to you, tilting his head to the side. There was a considering look on his face. Do you want to name one? Can I? His smile grew a little at your interest. Sure. There's a few who don't have names right now. The newer ones. You can pick which one name. What? The first was the smallest fish in the tank. It was completely orange and zipped all over the place, running laps around the others. The second was slightly bigger and red. The tail was dotted with black spots and almost resembled freckles. The largest fish in the tank, named with multicolored scales, rippled under the bright light of the tank, slowly made its way across the vast expanse. You went with the biggest fish. Cove only nodded at your answer, waiting on you to decide the suitable name. You watched the fish closely. As you did, your name eventually came to Bubble. That's a good name. But I like Bill. Alright, it's Bill. Fred. Oh. I have a shark thing. I named it Fred. It broke because the first day I got it, it fell. But his name is Fred. You know. Just sits up here. With that, his attention moved from you to the tank. He peered fondly at it and its inhabitants. He smiled proudly at Bill, but as it swarms through the tendrils of the plants, disappearing and reappearing soon after. You notice that Cove was sitting closer to you than he was before. He must have scooted over at some point during the conversation. This close, your shoulders were almost brushing against each other. Your heartbeat picked up a little at the realization. You know, I'm not allowed to have pets in my house, not even fish. One of Cove's lips turned down at that. That doesn't sound fair. It's not like fish would make a mess of your house or anything. You just gotta take care of that tank and feed them, and they'll be okay. I don't mind it too much. You have to do so much for a pet. It's like a lot of work and responsibility. My moms take it super seriously, and that's why they don't want just to get one. That's true. Your current conversation brought mine a memory from years ago. You launched into it without any warning, earning your brief, confused look from Cove. One time, Elizabeth, came back from playing at the beach and just shut herself in the room. She only came down for food, and then she ran back upstairs straight after her. It's kind of weird. My moms didn't think of it much at first, though. But then at night, Mom went in her room saying goodnight and started screaming. Mom and I ran over to see what's happening. Lizzie had this huge lizard in her arms. His eyebrows rose at that. He leaned forward in interest. A lizard? Where'd that come from? Elizabeth says she saw it half buried in the sand and didn't know what it was. Then she pulled it out and got an answer, so she brought it home. She hid the lizard in her rooms for the most of the day because she wanted to keep it. Mom and Mom were not happy. They worried about putting it out during the night, but she was going to have it to let it out in the morning. Lizzie was really upset. She did bring it back to the beach eventually, but she wouldn't talk to anyone for days. When she did get over it, it was almost like it never happened. Thinking back at the time, Elizabeth had always been stubborn, but when she was younger, she forgot grudges quickly. Now it wasn't so easily. Cove had been quiet for most of the story. Apart from the reveal of the lizard, he had a thoughtful look on his face. I can't even imagine what it would be like having a sibling. You got serious thought to your statement before you told him. Those ups and downs. It's fun to have her there when she wants to be there, but now Elizabeth barely feels like hanging out with me. Cove pursed his lips on the words, considering them quietly for a while. That's interesting. I think your family's cool. He didn't have much else to say, though. While on the topic of your family, he considered the relationship with your moms, too. They're absolutely the best. You couldn't even consider having another opinion. You couldn't have better parents. Well, say what you want about them, but at least your mom's never tried to pay someone to be your friend. That you know of. The thought prompted you to look over at Cove. You probably still didn't know what happened. You doubted that Mr. Holden mentioned it or never had. You wondered if you should tell him it was a long time ago, but you were keeping a secret from Cove. What if he really got upset? Just thinking about his possible reaction made you nervous. Time passed, but you didn't really notice. The two of you were busy making plans for the rest of the summer and chatting about your respective dates. Eventually, you heard a muffled holler from a different part of the house. You and Cove raised in unison. It's time for dinner. Cove watched the firmly shut door that had been locked behind for most of the night, but he didn't make a move to get up from the bed. You couldn't see his face, so you didn't know what the expression he was wearing. I'm glad you came. Cove peeked back at you from the side. It's been awkward. I get that. It's been hard on you, huh? You felt sympathetic towards him. You didn't know how he was going through, but you cared about him. Cove said nothing else and remained sat where he was. Now would be as good a time to ask him why his parents so suddenly wanted you to come over. Hasn't been awkward for just me. Sometimes it gets like this when no one else is around. But now you're here. You hadn't considered, but it sort of made sense in a way. There was another shout from outside, too muffled to actually know the words, but you could imagine what they were. Let's go. Joe finally got up, lumbering away from his shoulders sagged. We followed after him. Together, the two of you made your way back to the living room. As you expected, Co's parents were politely waiting for you at the kitchen table. Beside the windows overlooking the back of the house, food had been prepared and set. Mr. Holden beamed as you and Co took your places. I hope everyone's hungry. I kicked up a feast. I know I am. Yeah. Co's mumbled response wasn't nearly as upbeat as theirs. His parents didn't notice, or they pretended not to. Mr. Holden instead looked at you, grinning. Let's all take a moment to thank our special guest for being with us here tonight. I'm so glad you were able to make it, Jamie. And on such short notice, too. I'm happy to be here. Thank you both for inviting me.
Alright.
Well, that's it. Everyone, please dig in. You can help yourselves to the food. Upon his encouragement, you looked over the meal spread out in front of you. There was a large garden salad in the center, surrounded by a variety of Mexican dishes. There were a lot of sides of optional sauces to add. Anyway, I'm very happy about these options. You loved Mexican food, and there were so many dishes to choose from. You were particularly drooling. Utensils and plates scrapped and cleaned together. The group began filling plates. Cliff, could you pass the salsa verde? Of course. Thank you. Let me just say how you really outdid yourself tonight. I'm so jealous. Jealous of what? You're kicking nothing to sneeze at, Kira. Ko's parents made small talk, filling the silence with what seemed to be barely any effort. You chimed in as well. Did it take you long to cook all this, Mr. Holden? Oh, not at all. Sure, this is more than I usually make for me and Co, but I enjoyed every second of it. Might have gone faster if you had some help, though. Joe's mom grumbled, but it was lighthearted. Mr. Holden chuckled and shook his head. Did he make those salsa verde himself? It's pretty cool. Not this again. I make the rules here, and I say guests don't cook. I mean, he's right. Like, he makes the rules. It's his house. Even when they're saying for little reeks. Even then. Brief silences interspersed the small talk. You potted some food on your plate, waiting for your turn. If someone was serving themselves a dish that you had your eye on. Once the food had been divided, things settled. Co's parents started talking again. Now then, you sat up in your seat with notice they were both looking at you.
How's it going?
How has everything been over at your house? Or your mom's? Well, you've been keeping busy this summer. Or maybe you're just trying to take it easy during the break. Well, the sudden rush of questions. You were more happy than to answer. Co's parents seemed honest. My moms are great. Mom took us out for dessert a couple weeks ago since her project went really well. Is that so? I have to congratulate her when I see her. Miss Holden laughed loud and short. You caught him off guard with that. Fair point.
Fantastic.
Oh, that's wonderful. Kara nodded along. You could tell that she was actually listening to her words you were saying. She was trying to include you, not humor you. Did you know, Cliff, Jamie is really into fashion? Mr. Holden's face lit up as he stopped eating so he could lean forward, his arms to brace against the table.
Nice
Oh,
work.
that's right. Very cool. It's just a hobby. There's nothing wrong about that. It's good to do things just for fun. Everyone needs a hobby. I've been thinking about picking up wood carving myself. Not really the same thing, but okay. You couldn't tell how serious he was about the declaration. Thanks. Co's parents were definitely the encouraging type, but you could already tell that much about them. There was a lull in conversation as everyone focused their attention on their retrospective plates. You noted it not for the first time that Co's parents were the ones gilding the conversation, you wondered if you should break the silence this time. Also, like other things, would you like to tell us more? Yeah, absolutely. They looked genuinely eager for you to keep talking, so you did. The rest of your dinner continued just as like that, with light conversation as you ate your meals. Eventually, all the dishes at the kitchen table were pretty much gone. Kyra sat down on a fork and rested her arms at her side, letting loose a satisfied sigh. Her plate was completely empty. That was delish. Thank you for the culinary creations, Cliff. Miss Holden was like a flower soaking up the rays of the sun. He beamed, flattered by the praise. You ate way too much. You need some time to finish it all, but eventually you could. It wasn't good to completely. It wasn't good to completely stuff yourself full of food, so you held yourself back. Cove successfully kept his presence to a minimum for the full meal. He was slumped over even now, toying with his silverware. His parents particularly only talked to you. Most attempts to entice him to join the conversation failed. Then again, Cove didn't tend to talk a lot unless he happened to be in the mood for it, so you weren't surprised things ended up this way. You didn't get much time to contemplate Cove's situation because your attention was taken by Mr. Holden pointedly clearing his voice. Not to sound like a broken record, but thanks for coming. Jamie, I'm glad we finally got the chance to have you over for real dinner.
What?
What? Did I hear that right? For the first time, Jamie? Jamie has ever had dinner here? Why in the world haven't you invited him over sooner? Cove was always the one going over to Jamie's house until now. I mean, how was I supposed to reject the generous offer of the Brodowski family to host my kid? Kyra shook her head, but the amused smile she was sporting told you that she wasn't actually mad. This guy, honestly. The three of you looked at Cove in unison, his small sound being more than enough to get the focus on him after his silence. By now he stopped feeling it with his work. Would it be alright for me and Jamie to stay over, like, for the night? If you're cool with that. Oh, yeah! His Holden's shoulders stiffened. He sat up straighter, eyes staring back and forth between you and Cove. His mouth open, but not a peep come out. You've never seen Cove's dad say no to him before, but this was different than usual request. It wasn't too simple. Mr. Holden was lost. Then Cove's mom reached out and took a hold of his shirt collar, pulled him closer. She glanced at you before leaning and bringing a hand up in front of their faces. The two adults whispered seriously to each other. Cove's eyes opened wider. He leaned forward as if that would help him overhear his parents' conversation. Mr. Holden kept gesturing with his hands while Kyra made sure he didn't get too far away from with all his movements. Every now and then, both of them would watch you go to the corner. Like, I know, that's what I'm trying to say. Yeah. And it seemed like they were fighting to you. They looked more like some kind of tiny sports team having a private huddle. After a little bit, they broke with the group up. They moved back to sit properly in their chairs. You stuck a look at Cove. He stared at them expectantly. You were eager to hear their verdict too. We, Kyra and I, think that should be fine. But he lifted a finger dramatically, his brows raising as he met Cove their own. We have to talk with Jamie's parents to make sure they'd be comfortable with it. If they are, we can arrange a sleepover to happen on a different night, when everyone is more prepared. If Jamie's folks don't like that idea, then there's nothing we can do. He finished the mini speech with a wide shrug, using his full arms. He also checked out Kyra from the corner of his eye, gave her a crooked smile. She nodded approving and grinned back. You thought you saw her give him a thumbs up, but her hand was partially blocked by the table. They looked so pleased with themselves over the answer, but they just passed the actual decision on whether it was alright, not to someone else, namely your parents. If this was a sports game, they would have punted the ball. Cove hung his head, defeated. He had been hoping you could stay over today, not some hypothetical time in the future. I'll take the phone into my room tonight. If you can get your home phone too, then we can still talk even though I'll be back home. Cove's eyes sparkled with the suggestion. It may or may not end up being possible, but it was worth trying. With that, dinner finally came to an end. Miss Holland stood up at the table, began collecting empty plates. Cove was asked to help out, which he did with little fuss. Kyra tried to lend a hand as well, however Mr. Holden didn't let her. It seemed she was barred from cleaning as well as cooking. You weren't allowed to chip in either since you were there as declared guest of honor. Although the meal was over, the night wasn't. It looked like you weren't going home just yet after all. You were asked to wait on the couch. While Cove and his dad were cleaning up the mess, Kyra disappeared down the hall after shooting you a wink. It was a bit strange sitting by yourself while everyone else had something to do. Luckily, you weren't alone for too long. A couple of minutes, Cove's mom returned with a deck of cards in hand. She strolled the room confidently while shuffling. So, what's a few rounds? Cove and his dad looked over their shoulders as the question. They were mutually intrigued by the cards in their hand. She beamed at their expressions and stepped further into the living room, ignoring the couches, and she sat cross-legged into the floor by the coffee table. She turned to you, gestured at the space beside her, smiling invitingly. You accepted and followed her lead. The living room carpet was soft, though the hardwood floor underneath could definitely still be felt. Kyra did an overhand shuffle with the way. I don't know how to fucking shuffle, bro. Like you can like you can like and like or like you know. I don't know how to shuffle. The smile had yet to leave her lips.
Great.
This is going to be good. You were excited. You enjoyed card games, and it would be fun to play with Cove and his parents. It didn't take much longer for Cove and his dad to wrap things up enough to call it good. Cove's dad appeared first, followed closely behind by Cove. Mr. Holden rubbed his hands together in anticipation. I'm ready. As he took a seat across from you on the floor, you noticed that Cove hadn't joined him. He went straight down to the hall instead, not even a word. You stared on it confused as he disappeared through his bedroom door. Cove's parents didn't look concerned about that stunt. Kyra nonchalantly spilled the deck of cards into two rifled halves together while offering an explanation of sorts. Cove doesn't keep his wallet with him at home. He puts it away. Oh, Cove doesn't keep his wallet with him at home. He puts it away. What? Cove quickly returned to the living room. A black wallet in hand. He took place in the foot of the table with the rest of you. You blinked with Cove, unzipped his wallet. You all use real money on card games with family. While you sat there, your hands inside your lap, the three shot looked at one another, sized each other up.
Yeah.
That's right, $5 per round per person. When it takes off. Gambling? Nah, fam. If y'all was playing blackjack, I will fucking beat y'all, all y'all. I'm pretty good at blackjack. Go big or go home. Oh, are you planning on kicking Jamie out to the curb, or do you intend to donate the guest of honor's pot, Miss High Roller? Miss Holden narrowed his eyes, and he leaned back against the side of the couch, completely at ease. I mean, he does have a lot of money.
No worries.
If Jamie wants to play it, I'll fund his way in. Don't you worry about that. He rested his arm across the top of his knees that he propped up. Cove's dad was acting slick in the way you've never seen before. Am I getting rizzed up by his dad? You appreciated this offer. Thanks, Mr. Holden. His tone and stance instantly became more familiarly friendly when he started directing his words towards you. problem. You can count on me. Jamie is my friend. If he's playing, I can give him money for the round. Miss Holden wasn't intimidated by Cove's scout. He only grinned, chuckling.
Good kid.
All right, bud. I can see to your might of personality. Cove was still looking a little sour, but he didn't protest more after getting his way. Well, you got your ticket. Interested in throwing in? You glanced around. This seemed like serious business. In response to your consternation, Coward stomped her competitive smile. Don't worry too much. We'll probably just do some rounds to go fish tonight. No biggie. Oh, go fish one. I forgot how you play that game. It's like Uno, right?
Do you mind?
What do you think? You joined in. I love to play. Miss Holden gave you a big thumbs up while Cove nodded firmly back. You were really good at Covefish. You usually won when you played with your own family, to the point Elizabeth refused to play the game with you anymore. Fantastic. We'll play it for however long everyone wants to keep going, or until people will start running out of cash, but are still refusing to quit while they're behind. Speaking of yourself, I see. With a laugh, Kara nudged you using an elbow, then motioned towards the other two with her chin. You know what? She's actually pretty cool. Don't be fooled by their soft faces. These boys are sharks. Don't you worry. I'll steal all y'all's money. You feel me? I'm really good at Go Fish. Not in real life. I forgot how to play Go Fish. In reaction to her words, Mr. Holden smirked, and Co's eyebrows became more angled. Kara's phrasing made you think back to when you were young, specifically of Miss Holden's favorite shark pants that he used to wear all the time. Perhaps they had been a fit for him in ways you didn't know of. You could feel tension in the air. Cove and his parents glued their eyes to one another, then all placed $5 bills in an empty space in front of them. $15. Cove, extra one for you, so $20. Give you a tiny smile after he did. Once this was done, Kyra began dealing out the cards to everybody. It was time to begin. The first round came and went quickly, with the group getting into the groove of things. You won right away, which meant you had money to keep playing the second round. Yeah, I started them off early in gambling. Let's go. You're a natural. Nicely done. You'd better keep those wits about you for the next round, though. Oh. So you want to talk now? How about I get another $20? And another $20. So you're only losing $5 in the process. You feel me? So that's 15, 30, 45. That's you make $15 per game. That's profit, bro. So did the games. Mr. Holden would jokingly shake his fist whenever someone other than him got a payer. Kyra acted as news anchor, reporting on every move everyone made by speaking into their curled fist. Cove was still a few words, but now it was because he was focused on the game instead of being overcome with awkwardness. Most of the time, you even spotted a smile on his lips. You won quite a few games. For your delight, you had hefty money piling aside of the table. You must regret playing Jamie's way in now, huh? You must regret paying Jamie's way in now, huh? No way. Jamie might have been beating me, but he's also beating you too. Cove turned towards you and smiled, looking pleased at your ability to match his mom and dad. You grinned at him, touched by his speedy comeback. It became clear that where the money went to the moment didn't really matter. They ended up giving it back to one another in other ways, and not just through more rounds of cards. You sat back looking over the scene. A tiny smile grew on your face. Cove's family was pretty cool, you thought. You were glad you got the chance to come over to spend time with the three of them. Oh, is that all? Or to spend the night. Road trip. Even though you were still awake, the sun was barely peeking its head above the horizon, and the sky above was still dark, though lightened by the minute. Usually you would be up so early, especially during summer vacation, but today was different. Today, instead of the lazy days you were used to, everything around you was a flurry of activity, as both of you, your family and Cove, prepared for what lay ahead. Because parked on the street just outside your house was a massive RV camper, so big you couldn't even see Cove's house behind it. His parents had rented the RV for a few days to take him on a short road trip to see Redwood National Park. You glanced at Cove, who was standing nearby, taking the scene in front of him. prospect of the trip had to be a mixed bag for him, but it was only 3 days, and it seems that he was dealing with it as best he could, especially now that you and your family were joining them. Not my family. I just want to be me, you feel me? You weren't sure how exactly it had happened. You knew your parents and co spoke to each other often, and somehow, well, somewhere along the way plans were made after Cliff offered to share the space. Your parents all thought it was a fantastic idea. You had already gotten a good look inside while helping to load everything in, and you had to admit that while it was a really big car, fitting that many people inside would be snug.
Let's go.
Maybe or lose it, kiddo. Mom busted past the cooler in one hand and a large bottle of water under the other. She was upbeat for this early in the morning. Oh, I feel that. I want one of those. I want a robe that has a hood on it. Oh my god. Ma, however, seemed to be on the other side of the wavelength. She followed behind her wife, dragged her feet on every step. I'm going to need a whole jug of coffee once we hit the road. Personally, you were as raring to go as your mom. You felt. You stretched your arms and took in some deep breaths. The air was still a little damp from you, but you didn't mind it. And then at the end of the chain came your sister. She had a bone to pick before the trip officially started. Her rattling of critiques added some level of normalcy to everyone knew going on. I don't get why I can't sleep in the bed tonight. Jamie's the youngest, and I'll never fall asleep in that loft. We're trying to make things fair on everyone. If you want to play the older card, you should be offering to take the loft both nights. It's important for big siblings to make sacrifices for the younger ones. Hell no. Elizabeth huffed, not happy with that answer in the slightest, and folded her arms, leaning back against that side of the RV. The trip plans had nailed down prior. The sleeping arrangements included Elizabeth still held to her objective with them. There was a main area of the RV with a couch loft and some floor space. At the end of the car was a room with a large bed. Your moms were sharing the bed. Kyra was on the couch, and father and son intended to sleep on the floor. The adults determined you and Elizabeth would switch between the small loft between the driver's seat and sharing the bed with moms. You were fine with the arrangements. You're fine with the arrangements. As long as you had a place to rest your head and some description, it didn't bother you. Alright. You lot, does everyone have everything they need? We're heading out in 5 minutes. Now's the time to double check. You don't want to forget something important. At the word, Elizabeth yelped and dashed back into the house, her bedhead hair bouncing behind her as she went. Ma came over and gave you a smile, setting her hands on her hips. How about you, Jamie? Do you have all your clothes packed? Toiletries, deodorant, floss, anything else you can think of? You were confident you had it all. Wanted to make sure everything was organized and ready to go. You had packed the night before and set your alarm too. Yep, I'm good. That's great. We'll have to wait for the ones who weren't as organized, but we'll be heading off shortly. With a few minutes left to spare before leaving, you mentally went over the day and what you had packed for the trip: clothes, pillow, blanket, usual day-to-day gear for most people. You also had more personal things such as a dildo, a bag of makeup. You kind of dreaded the idea of trying to apply it nicely while in a cramped RV, but it was something you wanted to keep on hand. Favorite step down low. With so much time going to be spent driving in the car, you wanted to make sure you'd be able to have some music put on. Your favorite stuffed animal, without fail, it was always made you feel more comfortable whenever you went somewhere new. It was like taking a little piece of home away with you. And that was everything. Hey Hey, let me take that for you, Jamie. I'll stow in the RV. There's a few spots left, it'll fill. You let Kyra take your bag and give you a grateful smile. With nothing left to do, you watch the others getting ready for the trip. Kyra and Cliff seemed to have the most energy of anyone. They were finishing packing their suitcases away while your moms had gone to lock up the house. They high-fived whenever another one got crammed into the storage and compartments of the vehicle. Even though your own parents were more low-key than Co's, you could tell they were both excited for the trip. It had been a while since your family had been away anywhere together. Elizabeth skipped towards the RV, a bag slung over her shoulder, and you were surprised to see she seemed more optimistic about the whole ordeal now. Usually she wasn't one to exit the confines of her room unless it was for TV or food, or to leave her family behind to be with friends. You would have thought 3 whole days with packed in an RV with 6 others would be too much for her. But it was a nice surprise. You suppose any vacation was better than no vacation in her mind. Cove had been pretty quiet so far, and more than anything, seemed to be overwhelmed by the situation. You were excited for the trip too. It was great to get away and explore new places. Soon the miscellaneous remaining tasks had all been wrapped up. Yeah, that is pretty, how the fuck would you even get up there? Everyone piled in the RV. It was officially time for the trip to start. And it did. Cliff took the first shift driving. He cautiously navigated the massive quiet of the narrow neighborhood streets. It was tough and good for the first part of the journey. Your mom and Kyra were all huddled in front, trying to get a view of how much space they had on each side. There was a sense of relief when the first long leg of the trip was hit, and the RV would only need to go down with one stretch of the hallway for miles. The mom group cleared out for the driver's area, leaving Co's dad to it, taking more comfortable seats around the main cabin. You felt like you could finally relax now too. Time slipped by as morning faded away. Before you realized it, the engine in the RV came to a stop, but only halted for a few moments as Cliff climbed out of the driver's seat and Mom took over. Mom was sitting shotgun, giving Mom a quick tutorial on the controls as it was her first driving anything this large. Cliff groaned as he headed towards the rest of you, stretching his arms above his head and loosening up his muscles. We're making good progress. Yeah, maybe you should take a nap on the back for a while. That was a long haul you just did, and you know you're less sleep than usual. Cliff waved a hand, that trademark grin, and slipping into place. I don't need sleep. I still got a few miles in the old tank. Yeah, sure you do. He flexed an arm, showing off his muscles, to drive the point about how resilient he was home. And Kyra rolled her eyes in amusement. Dad, everybody has to sleep. Cove groaned at the tough guy act, though Cliff simply chuckled and ruffled his son's hair. Are you gonna be driving again anytime soon, Miss Holden? I want to know so I can prepare. You want to pack some rope? I might need it. There's no seatbelts up here. Wow. Elizabeth called down from where she was, lounging in the loft above the driving compartment. She was laying on her back with her falling over the side and swinging around in RVs, started up again and took off down the road. A bag of potato chips was placed on Elizabeth's stomach as she tossed a couple in her mouth. Cliff held a hand to his chest, pretending to be offended by the remark. Kyra laughed lightheartedly. You know who I want to get close with? Cove. Luckily for all of us, we have enough adults to cover the shifts today. He won't be driving again until tomorrow. That's really... Just enough time to write up my last will and testament. We shouldn't gang up on the poor guy. It's not his driving I'm worried about. Wow. Thank you. At least someone here is on my side. Mom then shouted back in her seat to join in the conversation as playful smile tilting her lips. What I'm more worried about is the old monster getting us there in the back again before we fall. What I'm more worried about is this old monster getting us there and back again before falling apart. It looks as though it was built on early 90s and it must be older than some of the occupants. That's just the aesthetic of the decor. It's not that old. I think. It doesn't look old. Well, the curtains certainly do, but like, did you ask the year and what model before you rented it? Kyra wrinkled her nose and thought, yes, I did. I just can't remember what the answer was. Cliff chuckled at her, while the rest of you let out a collective sigh. The RV lurched a little as it picked up speed, and you held onto the ladder so loud to keep your balance. You felt something graze the top of your head before a weight settled on the back of your hair. When you tilted your chin up carefully, you looked like rustling on the back of Chips. Realized Elizabeth had rested the end of it on your head. She gestured to the opening, slightly offering to share a snack. Took a handful. Reaching up, you scooped up some chips after the weight of the packet felt you scrap. You happily munched away as the conversation continued on, and you got closer and closer to your destination. So the day flew by, with the group of you chatting, playing games, and passing time together before finally arriving at the park and setting up for the night. Mom was close to the window while everyone got ready for bed, saying goodnight to the others as she made her way to the back of the room. You had all the dinner together while still driving, and some hours after had arrived at your destination and found a spot to park in the rest of your stay. I'm tired. Oh my god. Giving a look across the front of the RV, you noticed almost everyone there was already dozing off where they were. The Cove having completely fallen asleep, curled up in a passenger seat. He must have done so while Kyra was driving last leg. They had decided not to disturb him. Kyra herself was the only one up there who was still awake, flipping through a magazine next to a portable light from a spot on the couch. You'll see Miss Holden needed to sleep despite his claims. You followed your moms into the back room and closed your eyes before closed the door behind you before crawling into one of the beds between them. It was a queen-size bed, and so there was enough space for the three of you together without much squishing. Good night, get a good rest, Jamie. We got a big day ahead of us, Martha. I'm looking forward to the bush walking in the morning. It's been a long time since I've been out in nature like this. There'll be plenty else for seeing. You stayed awake for a little while longer while your moms whispered about the park and forest in general. With the sound of their voices in the background, you eventually nodded off to sleep. Hey, out here, let's sleep right now. Fuck. Next morning, you were up bright and early, preparing the day for it. You just slept well. You fell asleep before you knew it and had woken up rested. Bro, I'm getting to the age now where, like, I don't really feel like I sleep good, you know what I mean? Like, I sleep really good. Like, my bed is comfortable, you know what I mean? But I'm getting to the age now where, like, I just don't, I need a new bed for real. But I don't want to spend hundreds of, like, almost $1,000. Hold on, let's look at beds. I want to look at beds. Let's look at Tempur-Pedic. $5,000. Ooh! Whoa there. Whoa there. Okay. mattress firm. 500. Sleep number. Woo! 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 Almost $2,000 for a queen size bed. What is Cal King? Oh, that's expensive. Yeah, I don't have that kind of money. Anyway, Mom whined a bit about the firmness of the mattress, but Mom had only encouraged her to enjoy the trip while she could. While looking for a spot to get ready, you had some trouble finding a space of your own, as the others were doing the same thing. Cole was perched on top of the counter, brushing his hair and tucking up his legs between times someone wanted to move past. The parents were checking, double checking, and triple checking that you had everything, to the point where you had stopped listening to them altogether. You knew you wouldn't be returning to the RV at all that day, but by the look of your backpack that was packed up, you ready to go, you doubt everything was missing. Anything was missing from them. It didn't take much longer until you all exited the RV in a bustle and headed into the Redwood National Park. Is that Canada? Hold on. I feel like that's Canada. I really feel like that's Canada. It is Canada. 2,000 miles from me. Damn. You know, I wouldn't mind going, you know. Wow. Oh, got my ear. Cove had his head turned up towards the canopy of trees, his eyes wide as he took in the massive trunks on either side of you. You knew that the redwood trees were considered the tallest trees on Earth, but you weren't prepared for exactly how huge they would be in person. They're huge. Smile, you two. You spun just in time for Kyra to snap a picture of you two and Cove together before she pointed at her camera at Cliff, trying to get a shot despite his weak protest that she should just enjoy the moment. Your parents were walking behind the group a little, with Mom talking to Mom some information that she had read about the park in the brochure. Mom listened to her happily while looking around and taking in the sights, every now and then asking questions or making a joke about something Mom had said. You smiled at them, thinking your mom must have read a lot of pamphlets to know so much about the park. Maybe you should come and work here as a tour guide, you know? If you know so much about the place. Elizabeth teased, earning a squeeze on the nose from Mom. She seemed to be enjoying herself, but you thought that might have just been because she was amused by everyone else's reactions. You were in awe of the redwood trees. Surrounding you on the other side, these enormous trees shot up in the sky, the sunlight peeking through their canopy and speckling the path in front of you. The sheer size of the redwood made you feel like a tiny ant bustling along the forest. The adults had decided on some casual nature walks rather than any serious hiking, and you trotted along at your own pace, taking in the scenery. Elizabeth sped up a little, smirking at Cove. She fell into place between the two of you. Immediately, you could tell by her expression she was going to say something taunting. Apparently, your families are actually on vacation together. She threw her arms out, speaking with a genuine sense of bewilderment. I would have joked about something like this happening, but now I'm not sure I want to give them any more ideas. Cove ignored her completely and continued walking along. Just watch. Next year, they'll be talking about their next new amazing idea. She put in a fake voice deeper than her own. we should just sell both our houses and move in together. Think of how much we'd save on mortgage. Yeah, but like, you know how expensive that is. It was clear that Elizabeth was being sarcastic. Cove simply shook his head, not really bothered by her. You suppose he was used to it by this point. But seriously, they really do act like we're a single family, just because we live across the street from each other. Elizabeth gave you and Cove a look, her eyes glinting with mischief as she leered at you. My bad. And one day we will be related, legally anyway. Hey, I mean, what can I say? What can I say? She said it as though she was gossipy. She was a gossipy old lady. But she almost immediately dropped the tone and nonchalantly said her real thoughts. At least that's what Ma thinks. Cove still blushed, which made Elizabeth smile triumphantly, as though that was her whole purpose for teasing him. Then he mumbled quietly, refusing to make eye contact with either of you. I don't know why you think you're so funny when no one else does. Oh! Damn. I'll marry you, Cove. I'll marry you, Cove. He looked at you in disbelief. He genuinely could not believe this is where the conversation had gone. Don't worry over it. You can take as long as you need to think on that. Cove frowned and reddened harder, but pretended to ignore what you were saying. Your sister noticed what was happening. Oh, he isn't going to engage with this topic. He groaned at the continued teasing and increased the speed of his walk. They continued on with plenty to see and experience. You passed a few different activities that you could have liked to try out. Such as kayaking and rock climbing, but as Mom said, that would have to wait for another trip. Yeah, it would. You know how hard rock climbing is? There was a little stream during the walk that you sat beside, picnic for lunch, nibbling on a selection of fruit sandwiches and chips. Various birds flew by overhead, and you made a game out of guessing the species that were hanging on the trees nearby. You managed to get a couple of them right, including the kingfisher, the grabbed half and close sandwich. It was definitely a special experience and one you'd remember for a long time to come. You smiled to yourself, committing the sights and sounds to memory. Your group made it back to camp just as the sun was setting in the sky, and the stars were approaching one by one. Everyone had enjoyed different parts of it most. You traded stories of what you thought while you were eating dinner, and then afterward you pitched in to help clean up. You, along with Elizabeth and Cove, got to head back RV early and spend some time together while the parents stayed alongside. It was nice to have the space to yourselves after the cramped journey there, and while Elizabeth had locked herself in the back room with her headphones, you and Kelvin were left in the main lounge area. You hung out with Cove. We might as well get comfortable. Who knows how long they'll be out for. You took a seat at the sofa while Cove sat down on the other end, tapping his finger against his knees. Your cheeks warmed a little at that. Being close to him never failed to feel exciting. You've seen Cove nearly every day the past 5 years, but seeing him in a jacket was still somewhat unusual. In Southern California, he could get away with that. It was simply different from his normal style, yet you couldn't help noticing the way he looked right now. It looked great on him. In fact, Cove always looked nice. When Cove cleared his throat, your eyes snapped to his. He had eyebrow raised and clearly caught you staring at him. Is everything okay? Yeah, don't worry about it. That looks nice on you. Cove immediately blushed and at the unexpected compliment. What? He didn't say anything more than that one-word question. You decided to elaborate further. You know, I hardly ever see you wearing a jacket, especially in summer. Oh yeah, I like wearing the few layers as possible. It's easier that way. I'd rather be cold than extra hot, and it's kind of a pain to carry extra clothes around. My parents made me bring this jacket. I love layers and accessories too. I'm the same way. They're bulky and heavy, and they usually make me feel too warm. Joe smiled lightly and nodded. Noticed. You perked up hearing that. You noticed you too. Hey, what kind of things do you think are nice to see on another person? Cove's eyes widened in a question, and he defensive reply seemed to slip out before he'd had a chance to probably. Nothing. That was funny. He laughed out loud, and Cove gave you a dry look. Come on. That's not what I meant. I mean, yo, I know. You compose yourself and sat up straighter. All traces of laughter disappeared from your face. Answer with what do you mean then? Isn't there anything at all you think looks good when you see it on someone? Come on, under the breath that you couldn't quite catch the words. He was having a difficult with the subject. That's not really it. Ko seemed pretty grumpy about your statement, but you weren't ready to give up so easily. Please? Ko sighed and looked down at his lap where he fidgeted with his hands, so would like to give an answer.
I don't know.
No. You made an unimpressed sound over this was going. You're sure? Maybe. I don't know why you want to talk about that with somebody else. Ko was never one to gab on about himself, and you were almost convinced he'd stubbornly hold out. Then his shoulders slumped and he caved into your questioning. Fine, I guess I kind of like ankle bracelets. Ankle bracelets? Yeah, everyone can wear a pretty bracelet. Wrist ones are cool too, but they're pretty normal. There's something fun or flirty about ankle bracelets. It's what's special with someone. Something. I don't know how to explain it. Cove brushed his knuckles against his cheek awkwardly, seemingly unsure where to go from here. So you think they're sexy? I like them too. Ko smiled at you, happy to hear he wasn't the only one who felt that way. When he said nothing else, you took the moment to gather your own thoughts. We gotta get. You had to get an inkling on ASAP. You needed to see how Cove would react to that. Cove looked away again, feeling awkward about this. You gave him an understanding look, and he usually would start to smile like normal again, but not this time. His expression was more. You were surprised to see him like this. He always bounced back pretty quickly after being flustered. Cove? Still, he wouldn't look at you, or now even his breathing was growing tense. He began to click. He was trying to build himself up enough to say something harder for him. Waited for it silently. Until finally, he peeked your way through the corner of his eyes. You were fully attentive by this point where whatever he was going to mention is. People having black eyes. Also something I like. Huh? I have black eyes. For a moment you were stunned, had the complete loss of 4 words. This was definitely not where you imagined it was going. Cove faced you head on, his expression full of desperate meaning. You got the distinct impression he hadn't chosen that just because he liked the color black. He chose entirely because it was your eye color. Was he trying to flirt with you? That was all you could think. Your legs felt like jelly and you wondered you might fall right out of the couch. What do you like it for another person, Jamie? Blue eyes. And read his mouth fell open, acknowledging that you had used the same line back on him. Now you were both flirting with each other. He placed his hands in his lap and looked down. It seemed he hadn't expected to get this far and didn't know where to go from there. With that topic abruptly dropped off, Cove officially had no more to say on it. The parents all arrived soon after, each of them climbing into the RV, finding some place to sit down. Am I still wearing an anklet? Elizabeth having heard the commotion, came out of the room for the first time since arriving and joined you all. You spent the evening chatting and playing a few games, enjoying the last evening of the trip together. Bedtime arrived within the blink of an eye as the group hunkered down for the night. Your mom did a final round to be sure nothing had been left behind. She explained that Cliff was going to start driving early in the morning, like on the first day, but would be letting everyone else in the group sleep. There wouldn't be a need for all of them to get up. Now was the time to check you hadn't left anything outside. You, as well as everyone else, were confident you had picked up inside the RV, which meant it was time to get to rest before the journey home tomorrow. Your mom and Elizabeth said goodnight, heading toward the back room, while you climbed up the loft. Cove and his family got situated below the previously set arrangement. You tried to get comfortable as a million thoughts were running through your mind. It was hard to believe that trip was practically over, and before you knew it, you'd be back on your own bed at home. You enjoyed the mini adventure. It was short, that was for sure, but you got to see and do so much during your time here. All in all, it was nice to break away from home. The minutes ticked by silently, and didn't take long for the soft snores of Cliff and Kyra to drift up to you. They were asleep now. One of Cove was still awake and decided to poke your head out from the loft to find out. You blinked through the dark. Looking down the hall, you noticed Cove laying on his back, his eyes staring straight up at the ceiling, his sea foam hair spread out on his sleeping bag. He must have felt you watching him because his eyes locked in yours, and it was difficult to see much in dim light, but you could make out that crooked smile on his face below nose. Cove shrugged in his bed while still smiling, or at least you thought he did. Cove looked unsure about it, but you were happy to see him slowly start to sit up. His sleeping bag rustled as he moved, though he tried to get slow and froze up like a deer in the headlights every time he made a sound, watching his parents for any sign of movement. Eventually, he managed to maneuver around his sleeping dad and make it to the ladder, standing at the bottom rung, where he looked up at you and whispered, "What?" You invited him. "Do you want to come up?" His eyes widened just so you could only tell because he had come to where you were. Cove glanced behind him and quickly at his sleeping parents before turning back to you. "Okay." You broke out into the grin and scooched back as far as you could, making space for Cove to crawl in. He was very tall, so it wasn't a great fit for him, but he managed to squeeze himself in. Even if you weren't exactly tall, the loft was still a tight squeeze with the two of you in there together. You laid down next to each other on your sides, face to face. He got under the blanket a bit. One of his arms was nestled under his head for comfort. The other hand, nowhere to go, was rested along his chest. On the floor of the loft, Cove spoke to you softly. "What am I doing here?" You can sleep here inside the floor. Cove raised an eyebrow, not having expected you to bring that up now. "I'm not sure about this." Cove swallowed loudly, and you noticed that he wouldn't looking you in the eyes anymore. You felt comfortable being so close to him. It seemed natural to have him near you, and being close like this only made it better. You thought back to earlier in the evening when you and Cove had been talking alone on the sofa. You had definitely been flirting then, and now you were here. You touched his free arm lightly. You nudged closer to him. You inched towards Cove slowly, your legs pressing together in a very limited space. Cove's face flushed dark enough to notice even the almost pitch black RV cabin. The hand resting in the front of him tightened, balling into a fist. "You okay?"
Yeah.
"I'm fine. I mean, I'm not dying or anything." Cove's eyebrows bent up nervously, but his smile widened. He followed your lead and curled up himself deeper into the loft and close to you. He looked away as he did it. There was almost no space left between he and you. Kov's breath tickled the side of your face. For a moment, you stayed together like that. Neither of you spoke a word. When your eyes locked again, Kov seemed almost taken aback by the situation, as though it hadn't completely hit him what it was going to feel like to do this until just now. He opened his mouth to say something, but shut it tight before anything came out. You snuggled against him. You closed the distance and completely nuzzled your face into a crook of his neck, under his chin. It was warmer than you thought it'd be. Kov stiffened and let out a yell, which he quickly bit down on his lips to stifle. He gave you an apologetic look. This still wasn't bad for him, just surprising. After a few more moments, he settled in, his breath deep and steady. He rested a cheek against the top of your head. I want to know, you moved in even closer, eyes half closed as your lips inched towards his slowly. Ken froze immediately. You could feel his body trembling against yours as you needed. You grew closer enough to be one motion away from placing your lips on together. Then all it was, he bolted upright, completely forgetting. No! Okay. Snuggled against him. I know, it was too quick. Just surprising. After a few more moments, he settled in. He rested his cheeks against the top of your head. You could feel his lip curved into a smile and it made you happy to know he was enjoying the moment too. The two of you fell asleep before long, cuddled up together. When you woke up the next morning, it was to the rumble of the RV as it traveled a long journey. Did they find out? You noticed it quickly that you weren't as warm as you had been during the night, and when you checked the next to you, Kov was gone. Blinking sleepily, you perked over the edge and loft to find out where he had gone. Maybe he had snuck back to the spot on the floor during the night. However, you soon noticed him sitting on the couch, talking quietly with his mom. His head hung in embarrassment. Your movement gave you away, and Kyra suddenly looked up and caught your eye. She simply smiled amusedly at you, and it was obvious that what happened to Kov hadn't gotten away with it. They found him. There in the loft, and then you woke up while you was trying to explain. You knew it was going to be a long time before you lived this one down, but if you ever did. Soon your mom, Elizabeth, emerged from the room, dressed and ready to travel. You want to know what your son right now? You spent most of the day hanging out together in the RV, saving the last few hours of vacation. Kyra suggested a few different travel games she used to play with Kov when he was younger. And you all had a great time competing against each other. A little later in the day, you tried to talk to Kov about what happened in the loft, but he simply apologized and changed the subject. It was a bit too much for him to try speaking on, especially right now. You understood. When the RV finally pulled into your street, it was well into the night, and you were looking forward to crawling into your own bed for the last few days. Wait, everyone else must have been feeling the same, because it was mutually agreed that unpacking and cleaning the RV would wait until in the morning. Once home again, you went straight up to your room and dropped onto your bed, shoes and all. It felt weird to be alone. You wished you missed being near Kov. The two of you had basically been living together for 3 days. It was nice. But you knew that it wouldn't be the last time you two would spend time together, and that thought comforted you. With those last few thoughts drifting through your mind, it wasn't taking long before you dozed off to sleep. Tomorrow, life would go on like normal. No. Oh no, I want to. Yeah, I guess. There was no denying it. Today was the very last day of summer. Tomorrow is heading to class. anxiety gnawed at your stomach. Going back to school meant handing over the autonomy you'd had over the past weeks. You had very little control over what you did at school or who you shared the class with. It was with a heavy heart that you chose your outfit for the final day of freedom. Life was going to be different. You had come to think of the summer vacation as the norm, but school sucked up the majority of the year, whereas the summer vacation was just a respite in the middle. Yo, I start college next month, and that shit's gonna take up a lot of my fucking time. I mean, it's only a year though, so rather than it being different, it was kind of a return to normal. What did your normal life really mean? You considered how fondly your moms talked about their summer vacations as kids. You dimly recognized that one year in the pattern of the school, the summer itself would be over for good. It was hard to imagine. You'd gotten distracted. One arm still out of sleeve, you pulled it together and put your mind back to it. Present. Hold on, I gotta look at something. This season had brought about plenty of changes of its own, like Kyra's visit. Through that, though that too was coming to an end today. I'm happy you finally got a chance to know her. She was interesting to be around. You liked how easy it was to talk to her. You finished dressing, which was good. Cove would be there any moment, and you'd get to see his mom off together. Officially, the plan was that he would come over to bring you around to his house. She was ready to set off, but you both knew that you'd be hanging out for at least a little while beforehand. Kyle's visit had troubled Cove when it first happened. Had been a sudden change thanks to Miss Holden's infamous tendency to surprise people, but once he was able to adjust, he'd been in pretty good spirits with her around. It was a relief for everyone. You turn to your desk where the box containing your accessories resides. You gone out and bought an anklet. Woo! You gone out and bought several anklets. Accessories remind you that. Several anklets. Your eyes bored on the box. Should you wear any for the Cove's visit today? Oh yeah. You decided to wear several anklets. Your heart pounded as you adorned anklet after anklet. You had to make sure he noticed. And now that there was no way that Cove would miss it, people from the East Coast would be able to hear your jingling. Yeah. Cling, 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 cling. Oh, sorry. It's weighing my foot down, but oh. The next thought that would cross your mind was, you couldn't wait to see Cove, so you went downstairs to meet him when he arrived. You bounded down the stairs, your hand gliding the rail. You wanted to make sure you got there first. If you didn't hurry, your mom's might answer it. It was only a few minutes later when the doorbell rang, so you could as soon as you chosen to stand beside it and wait for Cove, there was no delay in pulling it open. Cove was there, as you had expected. Oh my God, Cove, my man, dab me up, look it, my man, yeah. Seeing you, he smiled quietly. Hey, let's save. Thank you. Hey, hi, Cove, come on in. I whip my leg out. Hey, do you notice anything? Once he stepped inside, you beckoned for him to follow you upstairs. Cling, cling, cling. Back up in your room, you sat down on your bed and waited for Cove to just settle in as you knew he would. With other guests, you might have offered them a seat, but you and Cove were long past those sensitive stages of friendship. Your room was as familiar to him as his own. You watched as Cove sat down in your desk chair, his preferred spot. He rolled it closer to your bed to make it easier to chat, tweaking the angle so he's facing you fully. Tweaking. Once happy with the position, he leaned towards you, hands held in his lap. His actions weren't the ones of someone who planned on moving from his spot at any time soon, even though you had an appointment to keep together that day. When is your mom leaving?
Don't worry about it.
We've got some time. She's still got a shower and stuff before she goes. She didn't want me to just keep hanging around while she was doing that. He lifted his head and his gaze drifting through the window and chuckled. I can't believe she's already leaving, just when I'm getting used to her and being there every day. He leaned back in the chair, a wry smile tickling his cheeks. She'll be back. He cocked his head thoughtfully before shrugging. He ran his hand through his hair before shaking his head, as it shaken off the top of it like a dog whipping off water following a dip in the sea. Cove looked back at you, lips parted as if he was about to speak, but instead his eyes wide and his mouth closed in a tiny frown. Something caught his attention. Several somethings, to be accurate. It was a wonder that he hadn't heard or spotted them sooner. He cast his eyes before back up your face, then down to your ankle and back to your face. He repeated the process once, twice more, as if struggling to hold the two terms in tandem. Maybe he was weighing up whether this could be a coincidence or not. If so, you weren't sure how much clearer you could be while still being able to lift your feet. Or maybe he was just too shy to verbalize his thoughts, or was still trying to find the words, and this was the most he could manage. The tension made you feel. Thrilled. You felt energized by how impactful it had been, wanting to leap up, but not wanting to break the spell of jewelry it had placed on Cove. On his next glance back at your face, Cove saw your expression had shifted. You watched as his bewilderment eroded into mortification as he realized that he had been caught staring. He quickly spun the chair to face the wall, allowing you to glimpse the flush that had spread all the way to his ears. He twisted in his seat, wringing his hands and determinedly avoiding looking at your direction again. It seemed that he decided against saying anything at all. Does it look good? Cove mumbled something unintelligible as he sunk lower. With how he was hunched over, the quiet words had no chance of reaching him. You weren't going to get anything out of him in this state. You waited for him to come around before speaking again. He popped up very softly. Did you do it because of what I said before? I mean, you know. The last few words were whispered as though they were a precious secret. The ankle bracelet. I don't know what you're talking about. Yes. His eyes squeezed shut. You had no idea if that answer made him feel better or more nervous. He eventually looked down at his lap with his finger flexing and curling in an awkward dance of nerves. His chest rose and breathed deep. Well, it looks good on you. Yes! Your heart skittered in your chest like in a stone skipping across the water. One big leap for the unexpected compliment, followed by a series of shorter ones as you absorbed the words. You beamed at him. He looked at you again at last and returned the smile shyly. This really couldn't have worked out better, you thought. And there was nothing else he could add after that. The conversation lapsed into another comfortable lull, Cove swinging his feet underneath the seat of the chair, eyes resting on you. Having him over here was nice, no matter how you spent the time. You always felt better being in his company. You couldn't help but adore him, both as a friend and in a way that plucked at your heart, a vague yearning for more. Maybe it was because summer was almost over that your feelings were rushing in you now, like high tide at the end of the long day. Someone such a meaningful time for the two of you. Not only because it was when you first met, but because it was a season that you could spend almost entirely as you pleased. And you both chose to spend it together. You wanted to let Cove know how much you liked him. Now was the time. You couldn't go another day without expressing these feelings you held. Hold on. You rose from the bed and stood resolutely. There was such a statement in your intent and your action that Cove raised an eyebrow. Curious as it strode towards him, he lifted his head. The rest he made his hand. Jamie? You stopped in front of him, heart pounding. You just kissed him. You bent forward, leaning towards Cove in the chair. He tilted his head to look up at you. He watched his eyes widening in realization of what was coming down at him. I'm gonna get it this time. His grip in the armrest became light, tight, and yielding. Summoning up all your courage, you closed the distance before Cove had a chance to do anything more in response. Oh my god! Your lips pressed against his, your stomach somersaulted. You couldn't believe this was really happening. In a moment, it felt warm, and it felt nice, and it felt right. Your move was so fast and sudden it had not only pinned Cove against the back of the chair, but made it roll back a couple of inches, breaking your impulsive kiss. As you straightened up, Cave kept himself pressed tightly against the back of the chair. That and his stunned red face expression made him seem like he'd just come to the end of a roller coaster ride, the velocity pushing against him and let out a gasp. Was that alright? Surprise! I really like you, Cove. Cove didn't respond. His face became downturned. You could hear a series of staccato breaths, short and short. You took a step back and gave him a little breathing room, figuratively and literally. Cave shot up as if he'd been Jack in the Box and his step had been the trigger. Unlike a doll in a spring, though, his stance was rigid. Cave plastered a hand on his mouth. His eyes were shut tight. His back then became bowed, shrinking him down. He could only just make out a few words he managed to summon. Oh my god, oh my god. We actually... His eyes flew open wide, but he didn't look your way, let alone meet your gaze. We kissed. We kissed. You were full of nerves. Blinking and trying to process what happened, you laid your head on your cheek, half wondering about pinching yourself to check this wasn't a dream. You found your skin as hot as car door at noon in summer's day. Cove only slammed his eyes closed one time. Did you like it? He was still holding the hand at his face, but in an attempt to answer, he emitted a muffled whimper. With that obviously not working, he uncovered his face at least, bringing the hand lay against his chest, looking at you. Yeah. He opened his mouth, poised to speak, and pursed his lips as words failed him. On his third and fourth attempt, you heard what he had to say. I did like it. I'm glad that we, He swallowed, seemingly not able to speak the actual word that we kissed. Cove ducked his head, but nodded. You got an impression that he was grateful that you finished the thought, but your direct words had pierced his Achilles heel. You grinned, thrilled that the experience had been a welcome one. This smile on Cove's face was the real but wary, not like the one he wore after a long and exhausting day of activity. Like when he'd made a new personal best, the work that he'd been hard, like a reward had been worth it. With some newfound confidence, he drew himself up as high, and each word he spoke next was delicate. Jamie, I like you. A lot, probably way too much. Oh my god! He ducked his head bashfully and opened an eye, peeking at you through his hair had fallen over his face like a veil. He'd managed a smile. Thanks for waiting for me. His eyes sparkled just looking at you. His affectionate, transparently clear. He never could hide what he was feeling, and you couldn't be more grateful for that today. I like you. You hugged him. You closed an already short distance between you and Cove and wrapped your arms around him. He looked down to meet your eyes and giggled nervously. He did his best to wind his arms around you in return. It was a little awkward, but even with the benefit of hindsight, you wouldn't have changed a thing. The strength of your feelings had demanded immediate action. It felt so nice to hold each other that way now that everything was out in the open. Finally, you separated again. He rubbed his eyes with the heel of his hands, and it was announced. It was an action usually reserved for much later in the day, but at this point, already felt like a long day. Cove then pressed a hand on his crease floor.
Oh my god.
Does that mean I'm your boyfriend or something new? Now, should we tell our parents? I don't know what dad and mom would do. There was a lot of concerns in there. You honed in the simplest. There was no way your moms would let you have a boyfriend, even though they were juxtaposed with Cove's name made your heart race. Even though that were juxtaposed, my parents wanted to let me have a boyfriend or even as something. It doesn't matter though. We like each other, and that's what's important. Nothing anybody else thought about your relationship changed what it was between the two of you. Cove lifted his hand from his chest and reached towards you, halting halfway and slowly, cautiously locked his fingers around yours. His palm pressed against the back of your head. You held his hand back. You rotated your hand so that you were palm to palm with Cove, your thumbs crossing one another. We can get it to work. We've always figured things out sooner or later. You're right. No matter what, it's okay in the end when it's just the two of us. Your forthright statement made Cove gasp, but the smile that followed in this tighter grip on your hand told you that he'd appreciate it. Jamie. Cove. Oh no. The sudden call from the downstairs caught you both unaware. You nearly forgotten the world outside your room. From the guilty look on his face, Cove had done the same. Just had a call. Cove's mom is ready to go. If you're quick, she might keep a mandated motherly smothering to a minimum. You doubted that, but that was nice that Mom and Miss Priest had their strange sense of humor in common. Your eyes met Cove's wordlessly and head down the stairs together. Each step on the way was painfully slow, like he was trying to delay the inevitable. His whole body tensed while leaving the house, and Cove's froze altogether before you both could cross the street. The door's open. Dad must be taking her stuff out. He swallowed hard. She's really gonna leave. You rested your hand on his arm. You felt a small shiver ripple through his body as the warmth from your hands sank in. Cove looking like he was hoping you had a solution for how this feeling. All you could was give him an arm squeeze for support. At that, some of the conflict wearing on his face eased a bit. Together you went across the street and inside his house, finding his parents in the living room surrounded by his mom's packed things. Hey kids. Hi! Good timing, I just called a taxi. And hi Jamie. So glad I could see you today. It was fabulous getting to know you this summer. I finally got to put a face on the name I've heard so many times. She winked and Cove pouted on cue over the seizing. Bye. I'm really happy that I got to meet you too. Hopefully it won't be too long before we see each other again. Nodding, Kara turned the attention back to her boys. She patted Cliff on the arm with a warm smile, and then she enveloped Cove in a crushing hug. Initially, Cove squirmed to break free from her grip, but his mom was unfazed and kept him locked in place. Heartbeats later, he gave in and hugged her back tightly.
I'm so glad.
And I'm so happy this trip was a success. Cliff looked like he was bursting with pride. And then Cove stiffened. Kara too sensed her hold on him were enough to study his face. Concerned, she spoke her next words in a whisper that had been meant just for her son.
What do you think?
Do you want to unshelve it? Raising an eyebrow, Cliff watched them carefully. His smile began to falter. What's wrong? Cove sighed and his gaze flickered over to you for a moment, and then just as quick as it went back to his parents.
It's okay.
It's alright.
Really?
You sure? I don't want to do it now. I can tell Dad later. She already knows. What the hell? Nervously, you watched the exchange of the growing suspicion that Cove didn't want to have that conversation while you were here. You wondered if you should offer to leave. Then Kyra gave Cove a pat on the head.
All right.
You can always call me if you want me to be a part of the conversation, okay? I'll call. Thanks, Mom. He's like, what? Cliff still looked baffled about what Kyra and Co were referring to, but you watch as his shoulders slowly relax. You figured that he decided to wait Co be ready to talk to him. Yeah, it's hard. Yeah, I have a boyfriend. And with Cliff's silence, things seemed to be settled for now. After that, it wasn't long before the taxi arrived, rolling up in front of the house and in clear view of the open door. Kyra stood up, smiling sadly. Well, that's my ride. Yeah. When's she gonna say some bullshit like, where you off to? Home. Get the fuck out. The matching reply got a chuckle out of Kyra as you all filed out of the house. Father and son went with Kyra's bags in hand. Once outside, you spotted your family waiting by the street, and to your surprise, Derek was also with them. He stood uncomfortably, and he waved as soon as you noticed him.
What's up?
Hi, Jamie. Hi, Co. When did you get here? My dad dropped me off just a little bit ago. Thought I could visit one more time before school started.
Sorry.
You picked a busy time. Sorry. Derek couldn't even look at Cove. He nervously kept rolling a pebble about the bottom of his shoe.
Sorry.
I wasn't even thinking that your mom would be leaving today. I'm sorry, dude. What? You're not interrupting anything. You're always welcome here. I would have been sad if I didn't get to say goodbye before leaving. Derek come to hang out often, so it was inevitable that the two had met at some point in the season. I think so too. It was apparent Derek would have preferred to have gotten there at a more opportune moment. He never liked seeming impolite, but their reassuring words soothed his worries. The tension he was holding in his body lessened, and he looked like he was feeling much more like himself. Bye, Derek. It was fun getting to know you. Bye, ma'am. Is there anything I can do to help? No, get the fuck out. Nah, don't worry yourself over that. We're just about to set. Why the fuck is he always wearing a watch? Cliff had gathered an impact of, yo, this is the time I saw has to be newer. So he should have a phone. And packed bags into the trunk. Kyra took one last look at everyone inside. Alright, I don't want to keep the driver waiting. It's time for the head out. A little crowd that had formed around started the chorus of farewells and well wishes traveling, but Kyra still made no move to get in the taxi. She placed her attention on Cove. I'll call when I get to the airport and when I make it to Nevada. Also, you better call the moment you walk into the door at home. Otherwise, you'll be wondering all night if you got into trouble on the way there. I can do that. And could you call tomorrow too, so I can tell you how school went? Of course, I want to hear all about it. Kyra put a hand on Cove's head and affectionately ruffled his hair one last time. She then let go, only to move on to squeezing his cheeks in her hands instead. Mom, I love you so much, baby. She was chuckling by the time she freed him and rounded things off with a small tap on the tip of the nose. Cove rubbed his face with a grin. Finally, she walked to the car while raving and took her seat in the taxi. Cliff hooked an arm around Cove's shoulder and kept him closer as it began to pull away. For a moment, Cove looked up at his dad and then wrapped an arm across his back.
Bye.
Bye, Mom. Bye, travel safe. Kyra rolled down the window and stuck her head out of it. She waved again while blowing kisses at Cove and Cliff. See you again. Before she was out of sight, you decided to wave goodbye. As the taxi headed down the road, you stuck your hand in air to send her off. The cab turned down another road and completely disappeared from view. Cove let go of his dad and took a few steps into the empty street while still looking in the direction of Mom went. He smiled quietly, deep in thought. You got the impression Cove was feeling better than he was earlier. He was finally content on the way things were. You jumped a bit when your mom put a hand on your shoulder, pulling you away from your thoughts. She smiled when you looked at her. That's a great vacation, huh? Yeah, that was what I was hoping to hear. Yeah, a lot of things happen, you just don't know. Cove walked back to the other two group, still genuinely happy. Derek grinned at him welcomely, and everyone else there smiled at him, even Elizabeth. Well, Mom clapped her hands together, bringing everyone's attention back to the present. It's almost lunchtime. I think I'll get something special together. Her eyes sparkled with a plan when Mom smiled. I bet you could use some help with that. That'd be absolutely wonderful. Derek glanced between the two, his eyebrows furrowed. Is that something I could do? Change your fucking clothes, bro. Like, get out of the same fucking clothes. Your mom's exchanged a fond expression. Ma shook her head. That's very sweet, Derek, but it's alright. It's not your job, technically. Your dad left you under Cliff's watch. You're meant to be taken care of by him, not doing your chores for the neighbors. Mom laughed a little over her own joke. You watched Derek look away, discouraged. It's okay, I don't mind. He was a little bashful about it. He wondered if Mom's joke had just reminded him that he wasn't initially meant to be invited to lunch. It was getting a little awkward. Mom grinned sympathetically. Her comment was meant to lighten the mood, not bring down. Mom tried again with the moving. Why don't you kids go have fun? You can all come back in about an hour and we'll make enough for everyone. Mom nodded in agreement. Another stunning idea, Lanny. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Sounds like a plan. Then. I won't crimp your style. I've got some stuff to work on so I can be out of your hair this afternoon. You should come by later too. No reason you should be out of the odd man out. Mom seemed amused as Clifford rubbed his neck nervously. He grinned a wavering but pleased smile.
Thanks very much.
I appreciate the invite. He looked over the assembled crowd with knowing glances. Can't help too. With as many people you're feeding, that's going to be a lot of food. Didn't you hear what we told Derek? It wouldn't be fair to make you cook when we're the ones who invited you in. Ma raised an eyebrow with Cliff waved it off.
Come on.
I insist. Derek would be missing time with his pals. This would be a break for me. I'm quite the chef. Me and Mom exchanged further glances before Mom shrugged. An airtight argument. If you're sure, we'd be happy to have you, Chef Cliff. Cliff's grin widened and seemed more hyped than you'd expect him to be about helping you with lunch. Cove shook his head, a fond smile on his face. Then all of those grown-up people would be heading inside. I assume the rest of you kiddos are staying out. Hell yeah. Maybe not all of them. Mom tilted her head, a silent question for Elizabeth. Your sister thought for a moment.
Alright.
I'll stay with kids.
That's fantastic.
That's great. No, I need my alone time with Cove. Fuck you. Both of your mom smiled at her, while Derek and Cove didn't seem to appreciate her phrasing. Oh, fuck. But with the plan decided, all three parents waved and headed for your house. It was just the teenagers now. Well, Elizabeth looked at you and others, a curious expression on her face. So what now? You suddenly wondered if Elizabeth only stayed out with you to avoid getting roped into work. Then again, she could just genuinely want to hang out. You couldn't tell with your sister. Cove spoke up after no one else did Elizabeth's question. We'll go to the shopping street. It's been a while and I don't think there's a lot of other things we could agree on. Yeah, sure.
Awesome.
Sounds awesome to me. Like you guys, I haven't been there in 1,001 times. It's new to me. Let's do it. You strolled across the road as a group, down to the beach and then to the left. It looks less than 15 minutes to arrive. It took less. One of the conveniences of Sunset Bird. The four of you looked around the familiar shops, trying to see if anything caught your attention. Derek was the most enthusiastic. He checked out every stall with his eyes wide with wonder. Elizabeth and Cove were in good spirits as well. So cool. He ran over to a street magician who was currently doing a card trick for a group of enchanted tourists. Derek clapped when the magician showed a middle-aged man in his card. Derek turned back to the group with a curious gleam on his face. What does it take to perform here anyway? You have to ask somebody, or do you just show up and start doing stuff? Who would you even ask? It's a public street. Hey, Miss Mayor, can I pull a rabbit out of my hat, please? Flopsy is well behaved, I promise. Derek chuckled, his eyes searching up and down the scene. Maybe there was a boss in the shopping street. No one does any of it around my neighborhood. It's just regular stores behind walls. Are you talking about a mafia type shit? Like a gang type shit? It's different if someone wants a real store, but here I'm pretty sure people are just putting on their little shows whenever they want and do whatever. That's so neat. Would we be allowed to do something too? Cove laughed and there began almost vibrating with excitement. Elizabeth rolled her eyes. What would we do? What would we do? Well, I don't know. What? Not yet. I mean, I just found out it's a possibility, you know.
What?
But there's got to be something we know cool stuff. I'm sure if we think about it, we could plan a show that'd really get a crowd pumped. You thought it was a great idea. What is part of it? I'm in. Woo!
Nice.
God. I knew I could count on you. Now we just need to act. It'll come to us. Right. With some amusement, the gang continued to peruse the stalls. Elizabeth found some earrings with a dangling, badly misprinted globe that everyone laughed at. Cove picked up a blob as Iceland, but Derek thought that had to be Greenland. You know, this is a world with what looks like 9 continents. I think you're both wrong. You went inside the Cove. It looks like Iceland to me. Right. Suddenly, Cove froze. You stared at him, and then he tried to see what caught his attention. We saw a familiar face down the way. It all made sense. No! No! Between the crowds, a bright hair stood like a neon green ball at a kitchen sink. It was Jeremy. No! Jeremy slowly drifted his eyes down the street, and his eyes widened in mutual recognition. He definitely noticed you. Derek frowning, Cove sighed. Neither of them were happy to see him again. You glared at Jeremy. You started to smile at Jeremy. He just looked dismissive. Elizabeth raised an eyebrow. Her gaze swept over Jeremy with a hint of clue. Jeremy simply scoffed at himself and waded deeper in the crowd of people. Derek relaxed and exhaled loudly. I'm glad he's not going to start anything. He peeked over at Elizabeth with a tiny smirk. See? That was the mean kid.
What?
Huh? Still, she didn't get it. The first summer day hadn't been nearly as much as an impression of her as it did for Derek, but he smiled and waved it off. Just forget about him. I already have. Damn. Already have. He laughed and Cove smiled lightly. He seemed in a much better mood now that Jeremy was gone. Your eyes wandered over to where Jeremy disappeared. You hadn't forgotten the day you met him either. He was only going to be in town for a vacation with the parents he hated. That glimpse was probably the last time you would ever see him. Elizabeth snapped her fingers in front of your face. Apparently you had spaced out. Cove were already in the next stall. Come on, unless you want to get left here. You nodded and caught up with the others. You couldn't have Cove. You couldn't have said anything. We are mutual now. What were you thinking about? Nothing. He gave you a searching look, but let it drop when Derek yelled at you to go check something out. You couldn't help but wonder though, what would have happened if you could have interacted with Jeremy more? You were glad that you want to find out. Jeremy was like anyone you had ever met before. Thought he was weird. You and the group moved from all the stars from It didn't take long for everyone to return to the joke, and you all enjoyed what little time you had left. As Elizabeth mentioned, the hour was almost up. The little trip had flown by, and lunch must have been waiting for you now. Derek bounced on the balls of his feet. Come on, guys, let's get going so we can eat. I'm starving. We have to. We have to. Cove stretched one of his arms lazily. Let's go then. He looked at him appraisingly. You asked Cove to carry you back to the house. Hey, Cove. Yeah? Could you carry me back home? What? Cove turned red, obviously flustered. You explained that you wanted a piggyback ride. I want a piggyback ride, and you're the only one big enough to give me one. Cove sighed and shook his head. Elizabeth and Derek became a chorus of laughter. Come on, Cove. It'll be fun. Alright. Oh my god. Not only did we kiss him, we're getting a piggyback right now. Bro, this is amazing. Cove stepped over to you. He looked like he couldn't believe what he was doing. Your lips curved into a large smile. Aw, yeah. Thanks. He carefully crouched down in front of you so that you could climb on. It wasn't hard to hop on. He slipped his arms under your legs and did his best to lift you. It was wobbly, but he managed to stand all the way up. Elizabeth watched with a smirk on her face while Derek laughed even harder. It was fair to say that your antics were entertaining. You were glad Cove went with it. Cove carried you home, but you seemed pretty bashful about the situation. He struggled with how much to grip around you and whether or not you should try to reposition things. But along with that, he also seemed to feel some pride about carrying you. It was pleasant walk home, and in no time you had made it back. Derek got the front door and held it open. Got to the front door and held it open for everyone as much as moseyed inside. The three parents were still in the kitchen. They looked up and waved. Welcome back, everyone. You made it just in time. Is he still carrying me? I hope you're hungry. When Cove had brought you inside, the parents couldn't help but notice the odd conveyance your moms were unsure, and Miss Holden raised an eyebrow. Did you pull something, Jamie? I'm okay. Aw, Cove, you've gotten so strong. And reliable too. What a guy. Cove rolled his eyes at the cemetery, then started walking to your couch. He bent down and let you yourself plop on the couch. Thanks for the lift. Cove exhaled loudly and shook out his arms. He just seemed relieved that he made it. So, did everyone have a nice time out? She gestured people to take a seat at the table. Plates and silverware have already been placed out. You took your normal seat. Elizabeth sat across from you, and Derek took a seat to your left. Cove sat to your right. Ew. Ew. But he blushed a little and began fidgeting with the silverware. His dad was the first to pick up on his extra awkwardness, but your moms weren't far behind. Parents shared looks at Cove's reaction. It seemed that he was struggling with how to act normal around his dad, or your parents, or both, after what happened between the two of you upstairs.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we had a great time. It was fine. Cove shrugged, not willing to say more than that. Yeah, the bank heist went off without a hitch. I really liked it. Let's get in my books. Get some chocolate. Okay, nah, that was corny as fuck.
Yeah.
I really liked it. That's good in my book. Casually, Mr. Holden sat in the empty seat across from Cove. He smiled at you and all the other kids. Mom sat down, a platter full of water glasses and a table. She looked down at the gathering. It's a good thing we have 8 chairs. I can't remember the last time we've had a group this big for a meal. Can you pass the drinks down to the other side? Make sure you all get one. Sure. Those close to the cups obliged and started offering waters around. As he passed Cove his drink, your hands touched. Cove froze. Eve had already let go, not yet realizing that he was too distracted on the function in that moment. The glass fell down the table, landing with a sharp clatter of glass on the wood. Cove scooted his chair back with a restrained shout. I'm sorry, I'll go get a towel or something. He looked around in a frantic panic, as if an object soaked up the water would magically appear if he turned his head fast enough. His dad bit his lip in worry, rising from his own seat.
Wow.
Cove, what's going on? You've been a little out of it today. Did something happen? Cove, do not fucking fold. I swear to God, you snitch. Cove tense, frozen again. He stared at the water on the tabletop as if wanted to sink about into it. You spoke up to cover Cove. You accidentally blurted out, "We kissed." No! I folded. Without a thought in the water, Cove. He gasped without his hands, and his hands shot out and recovered quickly. It was silent as everyone. Hot! But Mom started to laugh. Okay, what if something did happen, you should. No. We kissed. No! Ha! Both mom and mom started to laugh. That snapped people out of their surprise, out of reality. Oops, it goes bad. Mr. Holden slapped his hand over Cole's shoulder. Congrats! I didn't mean to fold. I'm sorry. I was warning you to not to stage, but I did it. Cole flinched at the touch, but still said nothing. His hands might as well been glued to his head. Elizabeth shook her head, and you can hear her, "Can you believe this?" line in the motion. He really is your special boy. Derek grinned at you and Cove, and even if you couldn't see, he was at least happy for you. Now, I'm sure we all knew this was coming sooner or later. I had hoped you could have waited a couple more years, but what can you do? It's a wonderful thing that both you like each other, but Mom is right that you're young. We still have a chaperone. We still have to chaperone you if you ever want to go on dates. You have any help with that, too, whenever it's needed. Cove quickly fell back in his seat. Hands still hasn't moved, while his expression was unreadable. The color of his skin had reached extreme red. He crashed forward and his head smashed into the table. Somehow curling up even more from his embarrassment. I'm sorry if I folded. No. Isn't that still wet? No response was given, at least with his hands there. His face should have been somewhat protected from the water. You were extremely embarrassed. You felt bad for putting him in this situation. You started to shrink inwards in yourself, feeling a hot blush on your cheeks. This was bad. The parents laughed more, all three of them, with wide beaming grins on their face. Our families are truly uniting now, then. This will be Holden Burdaku's clan's first meal together, or Burdaku Holden clan. I'm not sure which has a better ring to it. Derek's eyes was wide when he kept shouting furtive looks at the door. Apparently, the grown-ups were making this too much for even him. He seemed to be one of the few people concerned for Cove's impression of a withdrawn red-eared slider turtle. You good, bro? Derek whispered encouragingly to his flattered friend. Meanwhile, Elizabeth was still unimpressed. And then finally, you heard a squeak. It was Cove. Please, can we please not talk about this anymore? Please? Oh, sure. I think that's enough for now. We still got lunch after all. And then we can talk about it later. Wahahaha. Food was placed at the table and Derek started. No, I'm folded. With the others following suit, Cove sighed quietly as lunch started up in earnest. Miss Holden gave his son another pat on the back. Cove slowly straightened back up and then helped. Is this water still like? Is this glass still broken? And him get it clean the water dripping everywhere. At this point, you caught his eyes with him and tried to gauge that if he was unhappy with you because of this. Thankfully, he gave no impression of that. The affection he showed back in your room was strong as ever. As everything got set up, much chided Elizabeth to take her elbows off there. Hey, I swear to God, if you don't take your elbows off, I will murder you. Something like that. She pointed to Mr. Holden, who was leaning forward with both arms on the table. Oops. You know, as a person who made this dinner, if I made the lunch or something, I felt like I had the right to do that. Miss Holden seemed to, like, you know, to be able to, like, just kick my feet up, you know. Miss Holden seemed unsure about the sudden attention and carefully rearranged his posture to something suitable for a fancy diner. He smiled sheepishly at Ma. Elizabeth rolled her eyes, and Ma gave a level look at her. I swear to God, if you don't do this, I will murder you. You shouldn't be impolite to a guest in the house either. Elizabeth groaned, long and long suffering. Ma giggled, and Mr. Holden chuckled.
Not bad.
The Lord learned a thing or two from Derek. He has the best manners here. What did I do? I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, I did fold. My bad. I folded. My bad, yeah. You're right. Derek blushed, but it was true. His posture was upright and formal. He even held his fork gracefully. Shit, I don't. I still have table manners, but still, I don't. I like that. Table manners, on top of all his attempts to aid your parents, made him the model of meal attendee behavior.
Aw.
It's nothing. It's true though. You've been a lovely guest. What about Cove? Notice that too. It's always nice when you stay over, Derek. Derek smiled and sat a little taller in his chair. And do you have anything good to say about our other guest? She looked deliberately at Cove with a teasing smirk. Or is there just nothing to say? Well, Cove is my number one, but he does still clean his hands by wiping them on his pants. Oh God, no, you're embarrassing even more. Cove frowned at that and absentmindedly brushed his hands on his pants legs. Mom's laughed tightly.
There.
Elizabeth, you should know, after all these years, Cove is hardly a guest anymore. Cove smiled awkwardly. Thanks. Manners. Who cares? I don't think it's that big of a deal. Who cares? I don't think it's that big. You kept crying too, but your parents have made an excellent lunch. You took another bite and minded your business. Everyone ate their meal together and continued to hang out for the afternoon. After the food, you and the others played a couple games and talked about plans for the upcoming year. Time passed by quickly, and soon it was time to part ways. Mr. Holden talked to your mom. The Coves drifted to you, knowing this as soon as his dad finished up, he would be leaving. I'm sorry for snitching, bro. I'm sorry for folding. Do not beat my ass. I'm sorry. It'd be cool to stay, but we have some stuff to do before everything closes today. But we have some stuff.
Okay.
Yeah. Bye. Okay, could you move? I need the phone. Cove raised an eyebrow and Elizabeth impatiently gestured behind them. Cove realized that he was standing right in front of where the receiver was placed. He sidestepped out of the way and shook his head, clearly thinking Elizabeth was rushing too much. The sister made a beeline for the phone and started dialing the number of what you figured was one of her friends. Knowing Elizabeth, she was going to be on the phone for a while. You, Cove, and Derek shuffled closer to the door. It seemed like Mr. Holden was wrapping up his conversation, so everyone started saying their various farewells.
Talk to you later.
See you later, Cove. We gotta do this again sometime. Yeah, see you. Cove turned to you and smiled slightly. Bye, Jamie. You hugged Cove goodbye. You stepped forward and spread your arms wide. Cove only had a moment to react before you encircled him in your arms. Took a second to return the hug. Surprised, he leaned into you and held on. Then he hovered nearby with a small smile on his face when it ended. His cheeks were slightly red, especially when he looked over and noticed that Derek had watched the whole thing. Derek smiled amusedly. Seriously, dude, we have to hang out later. I'm gonna miss you during school. He punched Cove's arm softly. Cove still rubbed the spot afterwards. You know, I has a scar, which no one has, like, you know, told me what that scar is, how it happened. Cove and his dad left soon after that. Your parents started cleaning up the house, and Elizabeth was still chatting to her friends on the phone. It was just you and Derek left. Yeah, I was totally lying about it. Yeah, you don't believe everything I was saying, you know. He liked to just stay outside in front of the house to wait for his dad to pick him up. You decided to keep your guest company, although he was originally Cove's visitor. A light summer breeze blew through your hair, and Derek shifted his weight from foot to foot. Thanks for waiting with me. He kicked at the ground distractedly. Dad's still gonna be a while, so do you want to go for a walk? Sure, I don't mind. Two of you walked down the street again, just wandering without a destination plan. It was quite a stroll. You better not hit me up, bro. Too quiet for Derek being the company. You turned to him when you had noticed that he wasn't saying a word, that he was unusual. Derek has always had something he could chat about. You wasn't sure if you should ask what about. Somehow you ended up at the old park near the bench. You glanced over to Derek once more, still expecting him to say something any second now. However, nothing came from him. In fact, now you notice a frown creeping on his face. Derek smiled when he realized you were watching. At least his mouth was turned up. There wasn't anything really felt happy in the expression. He turned away and the smile fell off his face. His eyes stared intently at the ground, and you raised an eyebrow. I want to talk about something here. I'm a little sad. I'm just with school starting back up again. It's gonna be harder to visit. I'm gonna have homework and clubs and practices and everyone. Yeah, I'm at a club.
Sucks.
It really sucks. We go to different schools. His face screwed up, and his fists were closed tightly together. This was really concerning him. What if we don't have time? We'll make time. We could talk over the phone and have plans for the weekends. It'll be okay. You know, back in my day, we yeah. Derek looked up at the sky. It was orange and purple with a little wisp of clouds scattered around. The plane flew high with a jet stream tailing behind it. Hope we all always be friends no matter what. Even if we don't see each other for a long time, or if we get really busy, I still hope. He cut himself off and met your eyes. There was still something serious to him, sincerely worried that he'd fall out of friendship. We're always going to be friends. That's why, mostly to himself, he seemed a little more like than usual. Then for sure, you have to make the most of next year. Then the year after that, and the year after that. Yeah, you know, high school life is so hard. He remembered on for a while about things. We'll just make the most of every year, right? You smiled and felt like your friendship was still strong. You didn't spend much longer at the party. After that, Derek didn't want to miss his dad, so you both made your way back to the street. After Derek went back home, you decided to settle in for the night, stretching your arms over your head, and noticed that the living room the phone was free. You called Lee. You picked up the receiver and quickly punched the familiar number while going to take a seat on the couch. Soon enough, after explaining the situation to the housekeeper, Lee answered. Housekeeper? Hi. Hi, Lee, can you talk? Definitely, we practically have to. Oh my gosh, can you believe it's almost time for school to start? What happened to our summer? School starts first thing tomorrow for me. Ew, and I thought something starting next week was bad enough. Enjoy your last week. Oh, I will. I hope you survive your first day. Me too. I need a good year. Ditto. And at least summer was nice while it lasted, right? We were busy. Yeah. Finally, you thought about all the best memories you made this summer. You reserved some, but there were still many you hadn't filled her in on yet. I'm gonna speak. the road trip you took. Went on a vacation and Co's parents ended up with my whole family on an RV road trip.
Really?
Oh, that's awesome. It was a 3-day trip and we visited Redbird National. Lucky. Come in. Wait! Start at the beginning. It took you a while until you stopped laughing from Lee's reaction long enough to tell her story in detail. She excitedly scribbled more than one. Can't believe you've been holding out on me with such a juicy story. Nothing really happened. Pfft, keep telling yourself that. You have to keep me updated with what happens next. It was hard to focus on what she was saying. Your face was probably red right now. Just thinking about what happened. Incredibly hot afternoon. I remember the hottest day of the summer. I could barely do anything, and hardest day in the entire. Coven said I was cute. Well, we were playing Hangman, then they picked me here to figure out. That's such a move. What did you do? You feel her as much as you willing and is grateful it took in all in details. There was a day that Mom and Ma took me and Elizabeth on a big supply shopping trip. Why is it so memorable? You juggle. Suffering the cold later. Ooh, that's super cool. It was so fun. One night, Co's parents invited me to dinner at their house. It was good. Mexican's yummy. I get to name one of Co's pet fish. What did you pick? Bill. I totally forgot about that. Wow, why hasn't Co asked me to name one of his fish? He has a bunch of fish, right? Right? That had you bursting into laughter. You almost accidentally dropped the phone. She giggled in return. What was your big highlight of summer? Oh, oops. Talking to you is always the best part of my summer. Even though it was a phone call, you knew that Lee was winking at you. Come on, tell me. Wait, you don't believe me? Lee. Alright, okay, so high point for me was when I took that trip with my parents to Europe. The fuck? The fuck? These rich ass people, bro. To Europe? And the farthest I've gone was a couple states out. I went to Texas one time. Yeah, that was pretty cool. You and Lee continued to go over. Yeah. And there was a pause of silence. Knowing your cousin, you decided to pull your ear away from the phone. I was expected to screech loud enough for you still to make out clearly from a distance crackle through the speaker. When you felt it was safe to put the phone back against your head, Lee was still gushing to herself slowly. Why didn't you say sooner? He had to have kissed you back, right? Two of the most perfect pair ever. Tell me, please. She's fangirling right now. What the fuck? Dick riding, bro. I'm telling you. Use the precious little time you had left to try filling her in the best you were capable of at that moment. But as soon as it approached the curfew, became too much for you to ignore, despite how excited the both of you were. At that, you decided that it was time to say goodbye for now. You did have school to wake up in the morning. Bye, Lee. Hi, Jamie. Talk to you later. Left the phone on the side table for now. Looking at the clock at the wall, you saw that there was only about 10 minutes until your moms would be insisting you had to go to bed so you could be rested enough for school. You stretched your legs out on the couch and sighed in defeat, watching the moment hand change 1 minute closer to bedtime. You rearranged yourself, feeling restless, and looked out the window. Initially, you spotted a figure in the hills. Who's Cove? When the surprise faded, you realized that it wasn't that much of a shock at all. It was exactly something Cove would do. Went outside to meet up with them. Strolling casually, you went out over to the front door. When you arrived, you noticed how many fireflies were out that night. They drifted along lazily, barely minding your presence as you waded through to reach the top of the hill. Cove turned towards you as you approached, and you noticed right away that Cove looked happy to see you. Hey. Doesn't look too happy. My bad. You had a bounce in your step. You weren't sure how long you'd get before your mom's roped you back inside bed. Hey, what are you doing out here? Nothing, not really. He shrugged, seeming unhappy with his own answer. You stared at him, waiting for it to continue. Well, I guess I was feeling kind of weird about stuff, so I'm getting some fresh air before bed. I don't know how you feel. It's hard to stay still. Tomorrow is gonna be the start of the New Year's. At the mention of school, a small noise escaped him. Crow let himself fall back onto his butt and then all the way down. So he was laying on his back and he looked up at the sky. Sat on his chest. What if he had made himself a pretty available seat. I'm sorry. You laid down yourself. You lowered yourself to lay back on the hill. He had been lost in thought or was possibly waiting for you to situate yourself, but he started speaking unprompted again.
Sorry
for being kind of awkward when my mom was leaving. Surprised, you stared at him in a moment. You weren't expecting that. I just wanted you to know that I talked to my dad about how I felt and things. It's okay now. You were genuinely glad to hear that, and it brought a small smile to your face, but your thoughts quickly wandered back how the first day you met Mr. Holden. Did his dad confess about that? From the way Cove talked, you guess he did. So there was more Cove and his dad should talk about, but it was a relief to know that they had made a start. Now was not a good time to bring up that what you were thinking, though you could wait longer. It was almost unbelievable how much of an impact he made on your life. Just by moving in next door, you couldn't even imagine what your days would have looked like in a world where you hadn't made it. Cove glanced back at you, waiting for a response, and when you had no idea what to say, Cove started to stare at you unblinkingly. What? It's you, huh? He snickered before answering. He looked throughout the amused with your reaction. That's what you would do all the time. So I'm being you. I don't do it that much. I don't do it that much. Cove burst into deep laughter when it slowed. He continued to grin. Honestly, there weren't many people you could think of who could tease you about something like that. Returning his smile, you realized that there was no denying that you two had been around each other for a long time. Cove broke the quiet before you could fully settle.
See you tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. Oh yeah, see you then. With a final wave, Cove headed home. But you stayed there a few minutes longer. Your mind kept going back to the simple statement, see you tomorrow. No matter how much was changing around you, there were some things in your life that always seemed to remain true. So the hills felt warm to you that night. Before you knew it, you were getting comfortable under the covers in your room. Your mind couldn't help but still be buzzing with thought about the future. It was really hard not to think about Cove. There hadn't been enough time to really figure it all out after what happened between you. You felt excited. There was a little doubt in your mind that things were moving forward. And you couldn't wait to find out what changes were waiting for you on the horizon. Slowly, your eyes grew heavy as you drifted off to sleep, your mind spinning with wishful thoughts. No matter what happened next, you could only hope that you would make the most of it. You were ensnared in a dream when a noise from the outside world jostled you. Your eyes opened. The light clatter continued. Now that you were more alert, you could distinguish it. Tapping. It was a tapping sound, quiet, slow but persistent. Each beat was being poked. You couldn't ignore it. You lifted your head and from the pillow looked for the source. Is it Cove again? Not much work was needed to puzzle. It was coming from the window. With what you knew exactly what it was. From the color of the light filtering into your room, it was too early for anyone to be awake, including the sun. It had barely hauled itself over the horizon, but that didn't stop some people, it seems. You sat up in bed and opened the window wide. Cool air, not yet warmed by the day, tickled your face and pushed into your room. And just as you expected, there was your neighbor, crouching on your windowsill. He was fully dressed, though not for school. He was wearing a swimsuit and a shy smile. Hi, Jamie. You stared back, blinking. So technically we won't be back to school for a few more hours. His voice was delicate yet deliberate, each word carefully Classes haven't actually started yet, so do you want to hit the beach with me one more time this summer? Always. He smiled wide and affectionately. You rushed to get changed into something suitable with Cove climbed back down ground level. Your limbs, still half asleep, struggled somewhat as you attempted to coordinate them into a swimsuit, but you got there in the end. Soon you were tiptoeing out of your front door. Clutching a towel, Cove was already there to greet you. Your eyes met. Cove's gaze darted to your destination and back to you. You checked the door was closed, gave him a thumbs up, and the two of you leapt into action. Wordlessly, you began to run down the familiar path ahead. Cove beside you. The thrill of your illicit outing made you want to laugh. Not that you dared it. Not that you dared. If anyone in your family looked out and saw you, your summer would be back to being over. One glance at Cove told you that he was exactly the same, holding back snickers for fear of being hurt and caught. The towel streamed out from under your arm like a cape. You were running so fast downhill that simply keeping the balance and not tumbling down was a real threat. It just wasn't enough for one to make you slow your pace. For every step you took, the beach was a little closer, and every day a little brighter. What lay ahead for your sugar brother, and you were happy to meet it. In between. Hell yeah. How do I go back? Oh. Oops. Love. Relaxed. Okay. Oh my god. Oh wait, hell yeah. Since you're romantically interested in Cove and you're old enough to start being physically affectionate, more seriously you can choose what initiative level he has throughout the step. Make sure the player experiences what they want is important in our life, but always putting your choice first can potentially make a relationship feel one-sided. So we've added some flexibility in how it works. How low initiative means that Cove will occasionally ask to touch the MC, and in those situations there will always be an opportunity to say yes or no. For example, he won't simply lean over and kiss the MC as a greeting or an emotional moment. Every piece of physical interaction will be either initiated or approved by the player before it happens. Little initiative means there will be those certain times when Cove requests to touch the MC. Many chances to initiate affection to your own, and also he will pretty regularly give affection automatically. One example would be going to the MC a kiss before because he's happy or emotionally or something else. And in the other situation, you could choose not to make the first move in order to give Cove the space to be the one who acts afterwards. Overall, the love interest can get romantic, but the player's agency will take priority. High initiative includes everything in the middle it does, but it also means that player agency will be reduced to a degree in favor of having Cove give physical affection even more, frequently with less prompting. Instead of all the major affection giving situations about being led by a choice menu for you to decide on some will be instead be replaced by Cove acting automatically. This I will only recommend if you're very comfortable with physical affection and would prefer to simply see it happen rather than always holding reins on it. However, this level is mostly relevant if Cove ends up as your official boyfriend at some point. Situations where high level initiative makes a difference tend to come up in scenes that are exclusive of being a relationship. The parts of where also including the middle initiative will be seen whether you're dating or not. Once you pick the level, you can't be changed part of the way through the step. The choice only comes up at the very beginning of the story section. We hope you enjoy whatever initiative. High initiative. Starter classes ended the relaxed free days of summer. It didn't take long for you to get back to the swing of the school year routine, scheduled and homework because it became the new thing. Derek wasn't around nearly as much with school and after school activities. There weren't many opportunities for him to take a trip out to your neighborhood. Sometimes you hear that he was at a training camp or something like that, but you weren't always sure what he was up to. The Jeremy kid disappeared after the summer, and no one ever heard from him again where he went or what he might be able to. what he might be up to was a mystery. More summers came and went like the waves and the shore coming in and out. And according to your second year of high school, somebody new started to visit Sunset Bird, a sunny girl named Terry Brooke. She was a friend of Cove, made due to them both being ocean obsessed. Terry was more than glad to befriend you two. Someone close to Cove could be good company. She felt you were pleased to get along with her as well. Terry was tight with another girl, who had known distantly from school for a long time, Miranda Eckert. You saw more and more of her as time went on, thanks to Terry's own outreach. After a while, all of you developed a real friendship together. As for your home life, the Burdakus also had developments. Changing laws and public perception countrywide made it possible for your moms to openly wear their wedding rings without questions. Though they had a wedding years ago, it was recently that the union was officially recognized everywhere in the U.S. that was a good day, to say the least. Elizabeth came into her own and stopped being quite as irritable. She no longer worried about perceived childishness as she grew up for real. She didn't even mind being called Lizzie again, although most people used Liz. She eventually graduated high school and moved out to attend college in another state. It was a lot for you to adjust to your older sister being gone. Liz never let you forget her role in your life, though, and kept in touch. Cove's relationship with his family improved over the years. Kyra visited several times after that summer, and things became easier between the two. He was also closer to his dad than ever before. He knew they talked more, and that helped prevent a lot of friction before it could start. Cove had become so much more outgoing than when he had first met you. He was so bright. He shone. He would willingly join conversations, make jokes, and put in effort not to use overly blunt phrasing. Outdoor physical activity still had his heart and his body by this point. He had developed real skill. Many people thought he had what it takes to become a pro. Things had shifted between you and Cove, but in a way the most couldn't see him. After all this time, he wasn't just your neighbor. He wasn't only your friend, or even a guy you were interested in. You were in love with him. I thought it would mean like in a bad way, like you loved Cove. You knew that fact for certain. There was no one else you held those feelings for. It was strange to look back on it all. The future faded into your present, and then it was simply the past. Even the most fundamental parts of your life couldn't last forever. You felt that the most pointedly, the day you inevitably graduated high school, it was over, and you would not be going back ever again. From now on, what come next was your choice. Would you be directing your own life? That was where you were currently. The summer after school had ended, the first summer of true freedom. What used to be a reprieve from the typical was now going to be your first step into adulthood. Wow, it changed. One fine summer morning, you took in what had become a very special scene: the whole family having a meal together. Oh my fucking god, bro! I swear to fucking god, if you want to be a bitch to me, if you're gonna be a bitch to me, I swear to fucking god. Your big sister Liz still hadn't lived at home full time for a couple years, but she arrived last week and spent the season here since it was an off semester for her. She wanted to make sure she was in town because you had now also graduated high school. So who knew how much rarer these moments would become in the future. You watched on as Lizzie laughed good-naturedly over a comment Mom made her. Elizabeth only mindset had only been a phase. Nearly any nickname was welcome at this point in her life. Strangely, even though she'd moved away, you lately felt closer to her than you had in a long time. You idly scooped up more of your breakfast and chewed it absentmindedly. You generally ate whatever. And the meal you had reflected that. It included just about everything you moms made, though you often make your own food nowadays. With Liz around, though, your parents made even more options than usual. Your sister had been vegetarian for a while, and they wanted to make sure she had choices too. That's what's up. They didn't really change at all. Okay. Conversation had gone on idly without you fully taking in the words, until your ears were peaked when Ma started on a bit of town gossip. So that's how I heard the news. Alright. Now stop buying the lead, bearing the lead, and tell us what is going on with this so-called news. Ma giggled as she cast a look across the table, satisfied that she had everyone's attention. Well, it turns out that Donnell's won't be renting out the Donald's cup up the street as per Sunset Bird tradition for the first time in what must be nearly 2 decades. A chorus of gasps, shocked expressions had it all around. After the initial shock, your eyes got pinched. Ma considered them by name, but you and Liz always viewed them as exclusively as the mean old couple who would yell at anyone under 25 who crossed their paths. You and Ma continued on with the story, spreading strawberry jam over a piece of toast as she did so. They've decided not to take big trips anymore. Friends and family will be visiting them at their home. That's nice of them. Then have a good summer, being grandparents with no grandkids away from us. That's a relief. Be nice, kids. Kids, listen here. You don't want to end up like them, do you? You and your sister cracked smiles at the joke. At least they won't be here to yell at my children anymore. Lonnie. And the blunt comment got laughter from all three of you, engrossed in the conversation once more. You continued to chat with your family until the meal was over. Third time's charm. As it went, once the food was eaten, the cleanup had to be done. Liz took the role of washing the dishes and passed them to you for drying them and putting away. Oh, for fuck's sake. What dishes? You had a set of cups in front of you that needed to go on the top shelf of the cabinet. It was effortless to do with top. You had to stretch, but it was doable. You were an average height. That was simply your lot in life. You'd always hovered around the expected height for your age. You felt great about how things were. Your height was something about yourself that you were always quite pleased with. This shook you out of your internal musing by starting up an impromptu conversation. She seemed to be voicing the thoughts that had been buzzing around in her own head. I have to say, going back to another semester, that this fall is pretty intimidating. You think after the first year or two I'd have a handle on things, but no. You stole a glance at her, still placing cups in a proper place. I guess it's only fair. My first round was pretty general classes, and year one of my architecture major was the basics. Now I feel serious. I have to actually know some things. Motherfucker, I don't know what the fuck. I'm gonna be in information management as a software developer, and they wanted to tell me to, hey, you gotta take English and math. The fuck does that have to do with as for what I'm going into? I thought, but no, the state requires it. What the hell? The laugh she gave was flippantly airy, but the way she scrubbed at the plates held more force than necessary. I know you can handle it. How sweet of you to believe in me. Thanks. Your older sister's mouth quirked into a small smile. I'll be fine. My back and toe. One way or another. Oh, but I'm not trying to scare you away from college, if that's even your plan. What is going on with that anyway? God, you know. Had absolutely no idea. You answered the question as much as you were able to and willing to. Liz's smile grew more reassuring as you did. You made it through 12 years of full-time education already. You got plenty going for you. Sometimes it still felt hard to believe your public schooling experience was over and in the end. Hold on. Yeah, see that? 2023? Yeah, I graduated this year. Early this year, by the way. Early this year. And I still live with my parents. You had graduated at the top of your class. Uh-huh. It had been a familiar and fulfilling part of your life, but you were ready to move on. Liz picked up the signs. Her questioning ended up creating. She decided it was time to make closing statement on the topic. You're a good boy, Jamie. Do what's best for you, and we'll be here to back it up. Thanks, Liz. Yep. I totally passed with top of my class. Yep. At that, Liz happily passed. I graduated. I don't know. Did I graduate top? I don't know. After that, Lizzie passed the final just your way. She waved a soapy-soaked hand as a farewell and moved on to her next task for the cleanup job. You refocused your getting last pieces to put back in the lawn. You eventually moved on to the new chore, but that was interrupted by the sound of your cell phone. You casually picked it up from the table where you had placed it earlier. The phone was a couple years old at this point, having been a 16th birthday gift from your parents. Decided which model to get, but you picked the color. It was purple. Special charm attached to it. Yep. Which was yeah. You were pleased when you finally had a permanent place to use the gift. The screen lit up as you gave the little device a swipe with the one finger. You were from the caller ID it was Lee. You weren't surprised. Oh my god, when am I going to see Comb? Despite having busier and busier lives and not having the same town, you still had a good relationship with your cousin at the same age. Especially once the miracle of the both of you having your own phones actually happened. She got hers first though. Tapping in the accept button, you answered her call. A familiar, bubbly voice came through. Hi, Jamie. Hiya. I trust I'm not interrupting anything major. Only some cleaning around the house. Oh, then you're welcome for my call. A distraction from that must have been desperately needed. Yes, thank you, my dear cousin. It's my pleasure. She giggled and you could hear jingling the jewelry she must have been wearing. Nothing amazing is happening for me either. I'm bored and felt like chatting. The morning shift ended, so I'm free for the rest of the day. Woo! That's good. It is good. When you, or this, like, when you're supposed to go in that day and then you manager to text like, oh, you can have a day off. Woo! You were off from your part-time job today. You haven't started working anywhere yet. Like you, Lee had started dipping her toes in the workforce is late. I may keep in touch frequently, even more complicated, but you both managed. What about you? You're pretty normal. Cool, that's you then. So how's Mr. Cove Holden doing? There was teasing bent out to her tone. She was never willing to let up what was going on between the two of you. But the name was incredibly familiar to you as Cove, your next door neighbor for the past decade at this point. But he was far more than just someone who lived on the same street. You vividly remember the summer days of you expressed feelings for each other as little as 13 years old. Started officially dating years ago. You were in love with him. Are you even surviving without that boy being 10 feet away at all times, or is everything right with the world again and he's back? No, Lee, he isn't there. Just like he wasn't here yesterday, or the last time you asked, or the time before that.
Sorry.
Oh, my bad. Can you blame me? Doesn't it seem like he should have made his grand return already? Plus, I want to visit soon, and he needs to be there too. You could understand where she was coming from. This is certainly outside the norm. For the past couple of months, the last few weeks especially, Cove had been going to his mom's place in Nevada. Two of you still regularly stayed in contact over text and calls, but still. Mom began to drift back to time all the prior trips he'd taken to visit her. Almost every year he'd have to go away for a while, and then he'd be back. It made you sad and lonely when it happened. Cove made sure to mail back to you too. That's how it was the past, but lately he'd been trying to see her as much as he could before taking long trips to another state became too impractical to do. His part-time work could become full-time soon, or he could be moving somewhere else for school. Cove hadn't actually been entirely clear what his plans were going after graduation. Cove was hesitant to speak on that, even with you. It could be avoided forever, though. You both knew that. And maybe we should switch this up to non-Cove related topic. Sounds like a plan. The rest of the conversation rolled on, not much longer. Though Lee had to go, and you needed to finish your responsibilities around the house. The both of you exchanged goodbyes, and then you went back to what you had been working on before the call came in. As you wrapped up the last of your chores, you were approached by Liz wearing a cheeky smile. I've got Mom's keys. Want to go out? You want to get out of this tiny town and do some shopping in a real city? Sounds great. Good, I'm driving. It was obvious you didn't know how to drive. Get your wallet, anything else, we're going now. With a nod, you made a quick detour to collect your stuff from your bedroom. You had money saved up from all the part-time work you had done, as well as gifts you've received. Yeah, that $20. After making sure that both of you are fully prepared to take a long haul, the Lord is sitting in the surrounding area, you welcome him to the car. It was a smooth ride there. It was like conversation about what shops to stop at and the radio blasting. It was breezed by, and it was felt like no time you had gone from cruising down the road and cruising through the mall. Liz had her interest to check out, and you yours. When turning a corner down a new lane from mall, you eyes caught on a little gift store. Your friends and family had recently given you many presents from graduating high school. Graduation may have already come and gone, but Cove wasn't really around in any way. You keep an eye out for something good, though you might have something nice for him at some home already. Eventually, the mall explored in full, with every shop of note being being checked over. Rather than going home, you decided to walk over to some smaller stores nearby. This had many thoughts on that topic. Honestly, malls are not a bastion of society. Even if smaller stores require extra distance, the brands are so much more. The sister abruptly stopped speaking, and walking right in the middle of the path was a good thing no one was behind her. She seemed entirely shut off for a moment. Liz? The attempt to catch her attention was unsuccessful. Something else had a lot of focus. Before you could pause out habit, she began to mumble out the corner of your mouth. Jamie, don't draw attention, but look. What? What a harsh whisper and a subtle jerk of your head. She urged you once more. Look! You followed the gaze, but could a large bunch of colorful teens strolling down the same path. Okay. You face back over your sister with a confused expression and unspoken question. What were you supposed to be singing there, Jamie? Doesn't one of them seem familiar? I don't. She was practically bouncing at this point, so you looked at the group over again, and this time you saw what she was singing. Oh my god. Shiloh! He's back! Most of the collection of strangers was brown hair, gray eyes, and lots of freckles. That's Shiloh, or Shiloh from when we were kids. Yep, that was definitely him. Can't believe it, he's honestly just there. That's hilarious, that's incredible. Oh, but how do we talk to him? We'd have to pull him away from all those other people, and what if I'm wrong? Mouth open to reply, but she cut off with her own answer to the question. I've got it. I'll shout the name Shiloh, and then when we can act like it was just us, if he responds to that, we'll know without a doubt it's him. Jamie, keep up your eye. Let's try it. Likely without even hearing what you had to say, Liz put her plan into action. Shiloh! Shiloh! She loudly projected the word across the way and then put on an act of casualness, turning her head away from the scene while pushing the skirt of her dress. It's a supremely awkward moment. You could only stand there as attentive in this area shifted to the two of you thanks to your sister's shout. Oh shit, what up, fam? Oh shit. But of the many sort of bystanders who became altered to your presence, one of them was the boy. From a distance, his large eyes met you. He looked. A wide grin took over Liz's face. She pushed the rim of her sun hat back up away from her face while swishing back around to greet her old friend directly. Shiloh! Waving, she stepped a bit closer to express her intention to meet. Without really closing the gap, she wanted him to come to her. Who you presumed to be Shiloh looked surprised at the call out. He stole a quick glance at the crowd he was with and hesitantly glanced back your way. He was trying to double check something. Liz remained steadfast with her gaze, trained on him, and ultimately broke away from the rest of them. After a light-footed jog across the brick path, the young man pleasantly presented himself in front of Liz and you. I like your hat. Oh, God. Just a simple greeting you had, Liz giggling. Hello, I'm not sure if you remember this, but I'm Lizzie and this is Jamie. We were all friends when we were little kids. His already wide eyes grew even larger, the gaze darting between you and Liz. He previously chipper demeanor fading into something delicate. I fucking dipped. I'm really sorry, but I think you have the wrong person. Shiloh question mark. You could tell not being instantly recognizable. Recognize that it was to make exchange more of a challenge still. Liz was undeterred. It's a long time ago, and you would really not get why you feel like that. However, I'm positive I'm right. You're exactly the same. That face, the freckles, how generally you try to phrase things. Even still wearing a hat. Instinctively, he looked up at your headwear with creased brows, not making the connection on why the hat meant something to her.
Okay.
We knew each other, okay? An uneasy smile settled on him as the silence followed Liz's speech. He was picking up the next words carefully. And then the quiet was obliterated by a new voice bursting into the conversation. Shiloh, what are you doing? The rest of the group already left. A field trip is not vacation. We're on a schedule. Startled, your head snapped towards the path. A distinctly unhappy individual was with piercing magnetic eyes, dark brown skin, and sharp jaws stormed your way. He carried the cloud of authority with him, despite looking like he wasn't even 18 yet. Sorry, I didn't mean to ditch. Shiloh, whose name was now officially confirmed, gestured with a hand to add to the explanation of absence. The stranger watched impatiently. Is it Derek? Though they thought they recognized me as someone they knew, but it was a tiny misunderstanding. Liz, and theoretically as well as Lily put her foot down At that, stumping in frustration, getting more childish the longer she was around childhood companion.
Come on.
We do know you. Shiloh merely shrunk in himself. The tone he spoke was pained. Sorry. You honestly couldn't tell if he was apologizing for the upset feelings of your sister or the palpable dissatisfaction of his new acquaintance that in itself was very Shiloh-like. Oh, you know him, that is. The stranger spoke in a dismissively scoffing tone, but as if like the words sounded so absurd to him that it was almost amusing, but the sternness of his demeanor quickly restrained itself. Well, do you know me? I'll tell you someone who has been forced against his will to go. Be aware of what's going on in Shiloh's ridiculous personal life for a year. If the two of you had any importance in his general day-to-day existence, you would have come up by now. Don't bother trying to exaggerating any trivial connection you might have. It's not good enough. He's with us, and you'll survive without him. Now stop loitering in the road. It's rude.
Excuse me?
The high-strung ranting got an audible gasp from Shiloh, who finally started to speak up against the defense. Nate, that's really mean. It's also true we're leaving. With that declaration, the unofficially introduced Nate indigently spun on his heels and walked speedily towards where the group went, completely confident that Shiloh would follow behind. Oh, people can sure have bad attitudes, huh? Why can't they just try to get along? It's not hard, don't worry though. I bet you won't have to deal with him again. I'm sorry I can't say talk to you, but I hope you have a really nice life. Bye. And that was it. His final parting words given. Shiloh left the two behind to catch up with his own life that he had to go live. Liz watched his exit, stunned only to frown when it hit her that he was really gone as quickly as he appeared. It happened so fast you hadn't even been able to get a word in. She sighed all in the energy she built up, releasing with a breath. I could have told him my last name was Fields. His birthday is October 30th. That could have proved it, but no. I'm sorry, Liz. You felt so bad for your big sister. You had been such a close friend in her early years, and their reunion was completely ruined. Do you want to go catch up with them? Liz merely shook her head, pushing off childish thoughts. I think we can leave it there. Thanks. He's in the middle of high school field trip, and it was already enough being able to see him. There's something reassuring about witnessing firsthand he's still out there, enjoying his own part of the world. Though, if given the chance, I could definitely have a few words with him about the company he's got. She's laughed about and could tell that wasn't much humor into it. She was mad at the guy, even if she was happy to let Shiloh go. Maybe they're only with each other because of the trip, and it's not usually how things are.
Right?
True, we can only hope the same for him as he did for us. Have a nice life, Shiloh. Have a good life. This smile at you, it held the self-confidence you knew well from her. Come on, little baby bro. Let's finish our town trip. Yeah. No matter how either of you really felt about their occurrence, it was something you simply had to accept. People you know just disappear and reappear in the most unexpected ways. The two of you enjoyed what remained of your outing until it was time to return home. By the time you arrived back, the sun was already beginning to set. You arched your back and stretched your arms towards the ceiling. While it had been a good day, it had enough activity to cover an entire week. Liz tried to hide a yawn in her hands, but you weren't the only one feeling worn out. I'll be heading up to your room. I mean, the guest room, since mine stopped being available as soon as I was at the door. Her tone was light. She'd had quite a lot to say on the subject when you'd first taken over her bigger room after she left for college. But there had been many trips back home for her since then. The room hasn't been hers for years. It was more of a running joke now that she continued to bring the topic up to this day. Let it go, Liz. Never. A small laugh was shared between you and your older sister. You better believe you'll be back in the guest room when you've got your own place, and we're both in town for a visit. Sure. Your sarcasm won't save you here. I'm sure this is an agreement. She flashed her familiar grin, and you couldn't help but feel glad she was back around, even if it was temporary. With that, she plodded off to the spare room. You were ready to go do the same. Moving into a new space was your first opportunity to decorate from scratch. I like that. Yeah. You're really satisfied with the feel of your tiny part of the world. As your thoughts drifted, you tried to bite down yet another yawn. It was no good. Your bed was now lodged in your mind, and all you could think about was collapsing on it. You trudged up the stairs into your room. Stepping inside, you closed the door behind you, blocking the rest of the house. When you turned back around, you realized you were not alone there. Comfortably perched on the window was someone very familiar to you. Oh my god! Cove Holden. The shock knocked all the words out of you. Surprise? His tone was easy and relaxed. It certainly was a surprise. You hadn't expected him to be within the state, never mind hit your own house. He hadn't answered how he had suddenly just appeared back in Sunset Bird, though to be fair, you'd been too astounded to actually ask the question. Thankfully, Cove took the hint from your stunning expression and began to explain.
So,
I got in about 15 minutes ago. No one was home, so I figured I'd come in the usual way. The window. A small smile had formed in his face. You were still staring at him, unable to blink in case he disappeared. You can still barely believe that he was really there, mere feet away from you. I left my bags in your backyard. Hope that's alright. That was when you truly understood Cove had come straight to you upon getting back to town. You were his first port of call, taking procedure precedence above all else. Even though you hadn't been in when he called, Cove had ensured that he'd see you at the earliest opportunity, rather than allowing his plans to change. You ran to Cove. Every second away from him was a moment too long. As you approached, Cove quickly hopped above the windowsill to meet you. Yeah. Cove then ducked his head as if trying to dodge your overwhelming compliment. The whole world is a little much, Jamie. I don't think it is. He lowered his voice. You live in the world too. You know, so it definitely can't be true. You felt your face burn with color. Thankfully, Cove didn't press the point. He instinctively became too close, his eyes as your face leaned closer to his. You did it on the lips. I thought he just had like black eyes, like just like straight black, like. He met you partway in, and the two of you shared a gentle greeting kiss. You then stepped back a bit. Cove rubbed the side of his head and furtively glanced down. Though he couldn't help getting a little nervous, though, he was beaming. I missed you. Even if he didn't said it outright, you would have gotten the message from his body language. Cove was grinning widely, his raised cheeks bearing his eyes, which gleamed like hidden gems. But he looked at you as if you were the most exciting treasure of all. How was the trip? How was that? What the fuck? Like Cove's brow creased as he considered your question. He leaned in and kissed you again. After a long moment, he broke the kiss and tilted the face back just enough to speak, but not so much that your forehead stopped touching. I hated it. Let's never be apart again, okay? He said that absolutely as a joke, an exaggeration, something that wasn't a real request, of course, and yet, despite all that, it felt real. Your heart hammered in your chest. Your head swam, cast adrift on a tide of thoughts and adrenaline. Cove smiled as if offering a silent apology for his sudden onslaught of tenderness, but he let the world proudly hang in the air all the time. All the same? Yeah, all the same. Cove told you about how his trip back had gone. Soon you'd even recovered enough to actually listen. His mom was doing really well. She had a project in works that she was thrilled about. As a result, Cove was going to be sticking around in Sunset Bird for the time being. Things were settled as much as they ever could be. With Cove back once more, you felt at ease. Cove stretched his arms out of his head, his eyes into the window of the world beyond. The sun had set while you've been busy reuniting.
Well,
I should probably get my stuff and see Dad. He glanced over to you with a familiar, expecting look. Want to come with me? Hell yeah. You know I do. Cool. Cove began to head to your bedroom door. You insisted on a piggyback, right? It was just a normal thing. It was a special. It was just a normal thing in your relationship. Yeah, Cove. He paused, turning to face you. I'm not planning on walking there. Cove shook his head, the smile on his face implying that it was you and your senses he was questioning, not the request. He'd come to expect the latter, even if he didn't get why it held such appeal for you.
alright.
Okay. He crouched low enough for you to hop on his back. Cove was so tall that getting on his back for rides had taken some trial and error over the years, with a few mishaps and bumps along the way. Eventually, he figured out exactly how far he needed to bend down. This understanding and your extensive practice made it easy for you to climb aboard the Cove Express now. Cove straightened up with poise, accustomed to balancing someone over his shoulders. Cove carried you down the stairs. You had to duck a couple times, the ceiling grazing against your elevated head. Still, you safely reached the ground floor of your house. The door was going to be in the way. Get out of here so I can open it. He bent down and let you off safely off his back. Seeing things from a usual height, you disorienting after getting accustomed to looking down at everything. In all the excitement of Cove's return, you hadn't even remembered the gift you'd prepared him for what he got back. It would be the best to give it to him now before he left your house. Can you wait here for a little while? I got something for you. Cove tilted his head, intrigued. Really? You nodded with some eagerness, trying to imagine how he'd react when he actually saw it. A blowjob. It was. A dolphin-shaped balloon. You ran into the closet where you stashed the unwieldy animal-shaped balloon, preventing it from floating away. You guided it out like a prize. Oh, fuck. You guided it out like a prize seahorse from a stable. The strings acting as the reins of the dolphin steed, and headed back to Cove. You were careful analyzing surroundings. For anything the balloon could be pierced by, it would be awful, if somewhat ironic, if the new balloon met the same fate as its predecessor. That would be kind of ironic. Ko stared at the floating creature as you approached. His lips parted as he seemed lost in the burrows of his mind. You could practically see the flashbacks of childhood days flickering across the face. Then his eyes lit up, his mouth turning into a smile as the connection fully clicked for him. But the initial look of kiddish giddiness quickly softened to more of a mature expression. What did I do to make you care so much about me? Yeah, you know. I might just like end it here for today because I want to go to bed. Fuck's sake, I am tired. Shit, it's 1 o'clock in the morning. So, anyways, not because of that statement and making me sad and all that. Yeah. Anyway, thank y'all for watching. Anyway, I will see y'all later, and if you want to go watch the full thing, I have my first live stream on my YouTube channel, and now I'm over for this game, and I'll upload this to my YouTube channel as well. Come out like morning type shit, whatever the fuck I wake up. Yeah. But anyway, thank y'all for watching, and bye.